Well, these martial arts might be something I might be interested in learning, if that old creepy man can just keep his hands to himself. Hey guys, DB Rai here, and today I am here with a brand new what if, what if Bulma became a Z warrior? And I thought this would be the kind of what if that we could just have a lot of fun with. Just, sit back and just really enjoy ourselves. And I actually thought this would be quite a fun concept. And, well, for those of you who are thinking that this is just going to be a repeat of my what if launch Train Like Goku what if, I assure you it won't be. Nor will it be a repeat of what if Bulma trained like Goku on the Master X channel. Not at all. This is my own fresh take on what I think would happen if Bulma became a Z warrior. And well, I reckon with a Bulma who could put up a fight would definitely be a valuable asset to the Dragon Team, especially in their later days. Now, essentially I believe that the Pilaf saga would pretty much play out the same. This would basically be where she gets the inspiration to train in martial arts, seeing what Yamcha and Goku could do. So, she's not really going to pick up much martial arts with watching that. She might pick up a punch or kick or two, but anything else, she's not going to be able to pick up or use, without proper training. But that might become an advantage to her later. We'll see. So, with the Pilaf saga being done and wrapped up like it does in the original, instead of Bulma going to the city, basically, she decides she's gonna go with Goku to train with Master Roshi. Now, does this mean that Yamcha is going to go with her and train as well? Well, yeah, you would think so. Why not? This would mean Yamcha will start getting training a bit early, if Roshi accepts them as pupils. He's already offered training to Goku, and well, I have a feeling he'll definitely say yes. After all, Bulma's coming along. And well, as for Oolong and Pua, yeah, they're tagging along too. Otherwise, they don't really have anywhere else to go. After all, it is Bulma who takes them in, along with Yamcha. So yeah, they're pretty much going to be going wherever Bulma's going at this point. So, they're actually all on the island. And no, not everyone's training, it's just Yamcha, Goku, and Bulma at this point. And of course Krillin once he makes his appearance. And well, needless to say, Bulma doesn't send Goku or Yamcha or Krillin off to find him a girl for him to walk around the island with. After all, he's got Bulma there. And well, does Roshi try to pull his usual stunt with Bulma? Yes, but Bulma nibs it in the bud really quickly. If you try anything, old man, I swear I will get in this capsule plane and leave. You'll never see me again. And shockingly, you might find this shockingly, that is enough to get Roshi to behave himself. After all, he does like having her around. After all, she is a looker. I think Roshi would be more upset that if Bulma were gone, than, having her around to him trying to fool around with. So yeah, no, stop it. Stop it. So, with that, he decides to take all three of them as pupils. Now, this is where Roshi's demeanor actually somewhat changes, even towards Bulma. Because after all, if she's serious about training, then Roshi is going to treat Bulma like any other student. And well, as always, in every what if where we cover this part, they are going through the milk delivery training regiment, just like they do in the original. And, of course, plowing the fields. And while Goku and Krillin are struggling, Yamcha and Bulma are worse at it. Bulma being the worst, of course, being, not much of a power level between any of them. And, well, she is complaining constantly. Oh, what am I doing this? I'm not learning anything. I don't even know how to punch somebody. This is stupid. But she is trying to stick it out. She's probably thinking that Roshi is testing her somehow, testing her will. And, well, she wouldn't be wrong in that front. They could always quit and go home. It's no skin off Roshi's teeth. So, needless to say, Bulma is not going to let this old man get to her. She will do these ridiculous chores. And, well, the training regimen kept going, and yes, they were dodging bees as well. Needless to say, it was rough, but Bulma was beginning to get used to it and come into her own. Meanwhile, the boys had graduated to wearing the shells, and Bulma would eventually graduate herself and have to wear a shell as well, and the training just kept going on and on and on, until finally the road came along to the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. That's the one. And Bulma's like, what do you mean we're heading for the tournament tomorrow? You haven't taught us a single thing. Oh, is that so? I already know you know what a punch and kick is, knowing from first-hand experience. All the times Bulma has punched him and kicked him for putting the moves on her. Yes, on downtime, Roshi did try a couple of things, but Bulma was a trooper and stuck to the training at least. And after removing her shells, then she begins to realize exactly what the old master had given them. Excellent conditioning and strength and stamina. The good stuff. And, she couldn't, believe this. That's right, Bulma. That is the product of your hard work. Go ahead. Jump. And Bulma just couldn't believe it, and she's just so excited, This training was hard and rough, but she stuck to it. She stuck to her guns, and she's actually very happy. She's running laps around the island, and, well, it is time for the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. Now, needless to say, our 4 students do manage to get themselves through to the finals, along with Jackie Chun, and, a few of the others. And basically in the first round of the tournaments, Bulma basically beat out Bacterian in the preliminaries. But DB Rai, how would Bulma manage to beat Bacterian? She'd have to fight him with one hand, because unlike Krillin, she actually has a nose. However, so does Bacterian. It was definitely a warfare of smells. However, Bacterian couldn't get anywhere near Bulma. Thanks to Bulma and her loving perfume, Bacterian took one whiff of that and was down and out for the 10-second count. Oh, DB, right, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, but remember, Dragon Ball is built on comedy, so we need a bit of laughter there. And I believe realistically that's exactly what would happen. Oh, that beautiful smell, I can't stand it. Oh. Ring out! So essentially, it is Bulma versus Krillin in round 1, Yamcha against Jackie Chun, and, well, we know who Goku ends up facing. And we still got Ranfan and Nam. And, well, for the first match, we got Bulma and Yep, Bulma and Krillin. Yep, they are the first match. Just remembering. And it's actually Bulma who gets the win here. But DB right, Bulma wouldn't be as powerful as Krillin, Yamcha, or Roshi. Yeah, but Bulma is quite a lot smarter, and she has noticed the way Krillin looks at her. So Krillin sort of had the disadvantage of crushing on Bulma. And yeah, it was enough for Krillin to lose, basically. It was still an intense matchup, and a good matchup. It was a lot of fun, two students going at it. But ultimately, Bulma was the winner. And there was another thing that worked in her favour, and this was actually the deciding factor. Not just the fact that Bulma liked her a little bit and didn't really want to fight her. After getting a good hit, after Bulma get one good hit in on Krillin, Krillin did take the fight more seriously, and it turned into quite the spectacle. But Bulma had one advantage over Krillin, and that was the fact that she was around for the Pilaf saga. She picked up a lot from Yamcha and Goku, and now that she had the physical abilities to pull off those kind of moves that they pulled during the Pilaf saga, she did. And essentially, to Yamcha, that made her very proud, she beats him with a Wolfang Fist! And boy, did that make Yamcha proud. And well, for the next match, you got Jackie Chan and Yamcha, which pretty much ended the same as it does in the original. And Goku beating Giran, just like he does in the original. And then we get to the semi-finals. Jackie Chan versus Bulma. Now, you might be thinking this may be a true test for Jackie Chan. And well, in a way it kind of was. After all, Bulma did see the way Jackie Chan was eyeing Ranfan earlier, so she tries pulling, a similar stunt like what Ranfan did with Nam, and it did essentially work. Roshi was going out the ring. Ah, damn it! After all that time of giving me lectures about pulling stunts like that, she goes and does it herself. Really? What a hypocrite! Well, if I don't do something quick, I'm falling out the ring. Kamehameha! And he propels himself back into the ring with a Kamehameha, like he does with Krillin in the original. That was a nice attempt, Bulma. Now, I shall be having to get serious. And well, Roshi is getting very serious. And well, suddenly, Bulma's not able to keep up with Master Roshi, and basically is essentially knocked out and eliminated from the tournament. However, she did respectfully thank the old man for fighting her, and well, she had a fun time of it, and that it was, she's proud that she actually got this far. She wasn't expecting to do this well. She thought she would have been out during the preliminaries, especially when she went up against Bacterian. But nah, she's quite content with that. And well, then we get Nam and Goku wrapping things up like it does in the original, leading to Jackie Chan Goku's fight playing out like it does in the original, with Goku's Great Ape fiasco happening, him losing all his energy, and Jackie Chan essentially outsmarting him and getting the win with that final kick. And basically, that's the Tenkaichi Budokai wrapped up. And as for things with the Red Ribbon Army saga, Bulma would come back into the story, but not until the General Blue arc. And well, when we get to the bit with General Blue and going into the underwater cavern to find the Dragon Ball, and well, Bulma was quite happy to assist Goku with that. After all these adventures and martial art tournaments and everything, Bulma is actually keen for a little bit more adventure. After all, she's graduated university now, so there's nothing really keeping her. So, Yeah, and her having some disagreements with Yamcha. Perhaps she can use the Dragon Balls to wish for a new boyfriend. And, well, since Bulma is a little bit more mellowed out and a bit more disciplined thanks to the training with Roshi, she actually doesn't make the mistake in taking her father's dino caps by mistake. She actually does take her own. She actually checks them this time. Oh, almost ran off with yours, Dad. I better take this one then. Yep, these are mine. So, they don't have to go to the Turtle Hermit in order to get to get a submarine from him. She's definitely got a submarine there, and they can easily go down to the bottom of the cavern together and retrieve the Dragon Ball without General Blue even knowing it. They basically pull a fast one, but if you think this is going to exclude the nasty general, oh no, not at all, because when they take off, he has them followed, so to speak. And this is when they do make a stop to Kame House. Just because, you know, they're basically in the area, perhaps it's a good idea to drop in on the Master, say hello. And, yeah, why not? And when they get there, they find that, Roshi has found himself another girl groupie. This would be Launch. And, well, how did, Launch get there? Well, it's kind of a interesting story. Well, while Krillin was swimming in the ocean off Kame Island, just swimming some laps, part of his training, yeah, Bluehead Launch basically essentially nearly run him over with a boat. She was, during one of her criminal escapades, she managed to escape the law by hijacking a speedboat. And when Blue Launch come to, she has no idea where she is on the island. And, well, after apologizing to the young, bold monk, she asks if she knows anywhere where she might be able to stay, or perhaps use a phone or something. And, well, Krillin got aboard the boat and is like, well, yeah, if you head straight there, you can visit my island. Oh, yeah, Krillin. Krillin, you know, Launch. He did have a liking to Launch before her little secret was revealed. And basically, that's basically how she ended up on the island. Krillin basically took her there. He's like, so, how'd you end up in the middle here being lost and all? Well, judging by all this money, I probably held up a train or two. Huh, you're joking, right? Yeah, I should probably warn you that when I sneeze, I tend to change personalities, and my evil self comes forth. Huh, you're joking, right? And Roshi comes out. Hey, who's your... Roshi, of course, doing his usual fiascos, and, you know, she sneezed once and basically... yeah. And, well, Roshi being Roshi was nice enough to let Launch stay there. Bulma, in a way, is feeling... basically, just feels like she has to sort of warn Launch about Roshi. Oh, don't worry, we already covered that. As long as Roshi doesn't make me sneeze, we should get along fine. With Blue Launch giving almost a bit of a sinister smirk. Okay then. Well, suddenly, this is when the island gets sudden visitors with General Blue showing up with his entire platoon. Oh, big mistake. Because not only was Krillin there, Yamcha had also come down for a visit. And he was quite happy to see Bulma again, since he had no idea where Bulma went and was feeling quite lonesome without her. Him realizing the mistake he's made, letting these other groupie girls flirt on him and everything, he was very apologetic to Bulma, and they're basically working things out. And, well, Yeah, he figured that Bulma would show up there sooner or later. Stalker. Anyways, so look, you got Yamcha there as well, so it's a pretty straight up fight between General Blue's platoon, Goku, and the what is now our Dragon team. And needless to say, it's not going well for General Blue at all. Even his paralysis technique, you know, it's a good technique and all, but with everyone moving around like that, he can't exactly lock them in like they do in the original. With basically Goku sending General Blue away with our Kamehameha! And pretty much, Blue is pretty much taken out. Not dead per se, but yeah, he's going to be sore for a little while. As he lands on an island now hopping back to HQ. And Bulma wondering, wait, you know these guys, Goku? Yeah, they're the Red Ribbon Army. They're kind of after me. I kind of foiled some of their plans back then. Referring to wiping out Silver Company and White Company in Muscle Tower. And well, if you think Bulma is backing out on Goku with just because the Red Ribbon Army is now after him, no, she's actually wanting to go with Goku and actually keep him out of trouble, protect him as it were. After all, Goku is still a kid after all. Bulma would feel bad that if she let Goku go out on his own like this, and he ends up dead, you know, that would be on her, and she'd have to live with it. So, Bulma is actually continuing her travels with Goku. Now, thanks to this mental discipline and Bulma learning a bit more humility, she is actually able to get on the cloud with Goku this time around. She's not as self-absorbed as she was in the original. So with that, Goku basically are on their way to the next Dragon Ball, which of course is the one at the Korin Sanctuary, being guarded by Bora. And just like in the original, Goku makes short work of Captain Yellow, and pretty much has his battle with Mercenary Tao. And now, thanks to Bulma's presence, Bora actually doesn't die in this reality. No, Goku still loses the first fight with Tao, and has the Dragon Ball stolen from him, Bulma being smart enough not to get involved in this, and just hoping that Goku could withstand that. And well, Tao runs off with him, and well, thanks to the 4-star Dragon Ball that Goku had on his person, Goku essentially survives, and Bulma and Goku make the trip up to Korin's Tower, and both of them receive training by Master Korin. Do both of them get the water? Actually, yes. When Goku was training with Korin, Bulma joined in a little bit, but when she saw she wasn't exactly getting it or understanding what the Master Korin was trying to teach him, she basically sat back and observed and watched how the cat moved and how Goku was moving. So when Goku eventually did get the bottle, Bulma was able to pick it up quite quickly. After all, she is quite observant, you know. She is smart and all, and a scientist and everything. And being observant is a key element of being a scientist. So she was able to pick up on those movements, so when she tried again, she also managed to get the bottle from him. In a way, since this was her first proper try, you could say she got it quicker than Goku in a way. But less effort because she watched and learned. Isn't she a smart cookie? So essentially, they get the sacred water, Goku gets his rematch with Tao, and we know how that ends with Goku picking up the win, and basically, from there, they pretty much decide to stroll on into the Red Ribbon Army base and beat the whole bunch. And well, because Bulma's not there to build a drone this time, the others are basically on the island with no idea with what's happening. But basically, Bulma and Goku together make absolutely short work of the Red Ribbon Army. They did have a bit of a struggle dealing with the mutiny commander in his robot suit, and they ultimately won. After all, Goku could beat that thing by himself, so with Bulma there wasn't really too much to worry about. And to the surprise of Goku, Bulma pulls off something she's been trying to do since she began her training. She pulled off a Kamehameha. Not quite as strong as Goku's, but it was enough to catch the evil commander off guard while Goku dealt the final blow and finished him. And so, with that made basically 6 Dragon Balls. And so, at the very least, they now realize they suddenly can't track the 7th ball on the radar. Bulma taking a look at it, nothing's broken or anything. So whatever's happened to this Dragon Ball, either it's been eaten or someone is concealing it. I wonder who that could be. So basically with that, Bulma and Goku are on their way back to Kame House and see if the rest of the gang have any ideas. After all, they may as well grab all 7 and at least prevent any other evil force from using it. They've just stopped the Red Ribbon Army from using it. Who else is out there trying to find them and do evil things? Bulma remembers Pilaf. It's probably that Pilaf creep. And anyway, I think, speaking of General Blue, because of him attacking Kame House on the island, Goku bossing him away for Kamehameha, not dead, he doesn't actually die in this point of the story. Mercenary Tao didn't take him out. In fact, now that we're continuing the story, what is General Blue up to? He's just now finished hobbling his way back to Red Ribbon headquarters, unaware that Goku and Bulma have completely decimated the place. What? What on earth happened here? Don't tell me it was that wretched kid again! And well, he gets confirmation when he gets some of the monitors working and looking at some of the footage of what had happened, that Bulma and Goku just beat the entire army. This is impossible. We really didn't stand a chance, did we? But don't you worry, my fallen brethren. I will avenge the Red Ribbon Army and start it anew. And well, this is where General Blue is approached by 2 individuals. One of them significantly taller and more bulky looking than the other. The shorter one seeming to be like a frail old man. The other guy had like a sort of red mohawk sort of haircut. Oh, what? Is that you, Doctor? Yes. And I wouldn't bother about revenge or rebuilding this ridiculous army. However, I do want revenge on the brat wrecking my inventions. How would you like to assist me in that endeavor? I am sure you've met my son, General Gold, referring to the big dude, and possibly the man who would become Android 16. And basically, General Blue basically agrees it's in his best interest to go with the Doctor and Gold at this point. Since they have a common enemy and all, it just makes sense. And where will this lead in the future? Who knows? Is it possible that General Blue will become one of these evil androids once we get into Z? Who knows? I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Alright, so, continuing on with the story, our gang have now approached Roshi's sister, fortune teller Barba, in hoping she would reveal the final Dragon Ball for him. And you may think because Bulma's rich, she'd just pay Barba the zenny, but no, not after Barba's sort of rude comments and given her sort of history with Roshi. Even though it's a little bit better now than what it is in this timeline, it's yeah, she's not giving that old bat one single cent. And well, oh, very well then. You shall face my 5 warriors. And that whole thing begins to play out, much like it does in the original. And the difference is, Roshi does actually tag along this time, just to keep an eye on his pupils. And you already got Bulma there, so basically the beginning fights basically start as the same, with Krillin losing to the vampire, leaving basically Yamcha to have to deal with the vampire. Remember, there's no Upa in this part of the story because Bora isn't dead, so there was no point really in having Poir in there trying to fight the vampire alone, so Yamcha just basically stepped in and did it, and actually got a ring out pretty quickly. However, Yamcha was struggling dealing with the invisible fighter, and, well, Krillin did have a plan. He was, tempted to do the same plan that he does in the original story. After all, Roshi and Bulma are there, but then, well, he kind of likes Bulma and doesn't want to get on her bad side. After all, he's kind of seen what she's like when she's angry, so yeah, probably not a good idea. So he has Poir change into a bucket of paint and, well, basically throws that onto the invisible man, and basically Yamcha's able to get the knockout. Oh, so that's how you're gonna play this, are you? Very well then. Step inside. We're gonna need a change of scenery for this fight. Yes, but Barba's being a bit of a good sport here. Even though I guess you could say Krillin throwing a bucket of paint on the invisible guy is technically cheating, but very well. You know, if his warrior was careless enough to be hit by a bucket of paint, then clearly he shouldn't have even been in the ring in the first place. And, well, much like in the original, she does check out Goku, being curious about the young warrior. And, well, we get into the fight with Yamcha bandages, which plays out exactly the same way. However, it's not Goku that jumps in and rescues Yamcha this time, when Yamcha's about to fall into the pit and, you know, die. It's actually Bulma that jumps in, managing to grab her boyfriend and rescuing him. You sit this one out. This one's mine. Now, I know what you're thinking. Is Bulma actually more powerful than Yamcha? Well, yeah. She actually is more powerful than Yamcha and Krillin at this point in the story. Remember, she received Korin's training with Goku in the previous part, and that has definitely boosted up her stats, so what as a warrior. And, well, her match with bandages, it's a pretty close one. Like, it's definitely not as one-sided as when Goku faced bandages. It's a bit more even, but in the end, Bulma's able to pull it off, knocking bandages out, and just sort of standing there in a sort of victory pose. She's feeling very proud. And, of course, happy that she got that win over the guy who dare best her lover. And, well, this is where we get, basically, the Devil Might guy, battling with Bulma, and, it pretty much turned out exactly like how it went with Goku. He's not that strong, per se, but he's got that dangerous Devil Might beam. And you might be thinking, Oh no, no, DB Right, don't kill off Bulma. It's okay, guys, it's okay. Remember, Bulma has learned quite a bit of humility under the tutelage of Master Roshi, as well as her travels with Goku. So, the Devil Might Beam actually has no effect on her whatsoever. She has learnt enough to pass that little test. And well, with a nasty flying kick, Devil Might Guy is bouncing into the ceiling and eliminated from the match. And well, now we get to the final fight back on the outside venue where no one is going to die against the mysterious fifth fighter. Of course, we know this to be Grandpa Gohan, and well, he's not fighting Goku off the bat. First, he's got to contend with Bulma, which, unfortunately for Bulma, this is where her luck pretty much runs out pretty quickly. Grandpa Gohan, not wasting much energy and time on Bulma, pretty much beats her swiftly. And she's basically sent out of the ring, and now Goku is getting the match with his deceased grandpa, and that pretty much plays out exactly like it does in the original, with Grandpa Gohan giving up, and basically, you know, revealing who he is. Goku and Grandpa Gohan have that nice heart-to-heart reunion, which is just beautiful. One of the beautiful moments of Dragon Ball. One of the moments where you see Goku just absolutely happy. Anyway, so with that, and with Grandpa Gohan ultimately saying goodbyes to his grandson, that he's perfectly fine in Otherworld, and well, as promised, Fortune Teller Baba reveals the location of the final Dragon Ball, which of course is being held by the Pilaf gang. And, well, I think you know what happens next. Goku, along with Bulma, pretty much makes short work of them. Like, even more easily than Goku did in the original. Well, he doesn't lose his, gi again. He doesn't get his gi burnt off like in the original. And, with the final Dragon Ball secured, they basically summon up Shenron and basically ask the dragon to undo any damage and basically make everything the way it was before the Red Ribbon Army commenced its operation. So that would mean everything being restored, anyone they killed being brought back to life, all of that. Everything back to the way it was. Undoing everything that evil crime organization did. And so, basically with that, we now head towards the 3 years where Goku and essentially, well, not just Goku in this timeline, but everybody is actually having to go their separate ways and train on their own for the next 3 years with the Tenkaichi Budokai. Now, this, of course, there's no using the flying Nimbus. You've got to use your own strength to get around the world. Oh, you're only allowed, and Roshi does make his instructions a little bit more clearer this time around. However, you may use the cloud when coming to the tournament the day before. So the day before, the ban on the flying Nimbus would be lifted, and, you know, Goku and Bulma could use it to get to the tournament. Not that they're going to be training together, mind you, for the 3 years. They're all going their separate ways. But remember, Bulma is capable of calling the Nimbus herself as well. I guess one of them just better hope the other one's not using it at the time. So, or, anyway, I suppose it might work like a shared Uber. Like, if Goku's already on it, then Bulma calls for the Nimbus, it'll go to her, and Goku's already on the cloud. We could have that, why not? Anyways, we're not up to that yet. So, we now head into basically the 3 year time skip while everyone's out training on their own. because Yamcha was a student of Roshi, from the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai Saga, he would have the same instruction. And ultimately, this time, Krillin is more or less forced to do the same thing. And, Bulma is actually coping with this quite well, because after all, she had all that downtime with Goku, camping out with him, so she knows what it takes to actually survive out there. And Yamcha being a desert bandit, it's nothing new to him, and he's got Poir keeping him company as well. And as for Krillin, if anyone's struggling with this training, it is Krillin. But alas, Krillin is doing fine, and actually Krillin does end up meeting up with Goku about halfway through their training. They did go their separate ways, but somehow Krillin ended up finding him. So, why not continue the training together? And that is exactly what they did. Unfortunately, Krillin, you'll have to take a plane to the Tenkaichi Budokai, because Krillin can't ride the cloud. Oh, that is so not fair. So the day comes that the Tenkaichi Budokai is going to happen, and as I said, Goku did indeed get himself on the cloud first, and then Bulma called it, and Goku wondering why the cloud's going the other way. Nimbus, I said we're going this way. We might be late for the tournament. And, well, Goku did sort of click that, maybe this is going to Bulma. Oh, cool, we can travel together. And so, with Bulma and Goku arriving, pretty much being the first ones there in this point in time, they do manage to sign themselves up for the world tournament, and Yamcha and Krillin, arrive about an hour later, and needless to say, they're signed up too. And of course, Jackie Chun has gone ahead and signed himself in, and of course, they see a couple of another friend couple of friends who were sort of waiting there at the tournament. People who travelled with Roshi. Oolong and Launch, of course. And don't forget, Poir was with Yamcha the whole time. So, well, Roshi can definitely sense there's definitely quite a bit of a power difference within his pupils. Some of which are stronger than what they were in this certain point in the original. So, how is the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai going to go down? Well, we're about to find out right now. So, with the preliminaries pretty much gone and out the way, with Bulma pretty much beating Pumput out of his spot, so she'd be going up against Goku in the first match, and you pretty much got Yamcha against Tien Shinhan, much like in the original. Pretty much the other matches are pretty much set like in the original. Jackie Chan against Man Wolf, who's not particularly happy that Jackie Chan went and bought the moon, and of course, Krillin against Chaozu. And I believe that's all the pupils. I don't think I'm missing anybody. Yamcha, Krillin, Bulma, Goku. Yep, we're all present and accounted for. So, the match between Tien Shinhan and Yamcha does pretty much play out the same. The only real difference is that Yamcha's strong enough that he actually does prevent himself from getting injured. Tien Shinhan is actually forced just to kick him out of the ring. Yamcha was strong enough to stay in it that he didn't let himself get his leg broken like in the original. So the good news is that Yamcha comes out of this pretty much okay, but he is warning everyone else that this Tien Shinhan guy, he is ruthless. So be careful when you go up against him. And Jackie Chan versus Man Wolf ends exactly the same way that does in the original, with Jackie Chan getting the win and using our Moon Boy Krillin to restore Man Wolf. Which, very nice of him. After all, he did kind of inconvenience everyone destroying the moon, But hey, at least Goku won't transform into a rampaging ape and eat anybody, am I right? Hey? Come on. Alright, so then we get a matchup between Bulma and Goku, and it is a fierce one. It's a spectacle. It's, with, Bulma pretty much being the second strongest there, although we're not entirely sure about Krillin yet. Yeah, Krillin's match with Chaozu played out the same, as it does. But we are talking Bulma and Goku. They spent all that time together with the whole Red Ribbon Army mess. Essentially, for the most part of the battle was between the two is actually quite even. And Goku getting the surprise of his life where Bulma throws a Kamehameha at him. A Kamehameha that's finally as powerful as his. And Goku having to answer back with his own, and we get a beam struggle between the two. And, well, ultimately, the beams ultimately cancel each other out. And, well, Goku is basically having to use the trick he uses to beat Krillin in the original in order to get Bulma out. You know, where he's moving so fast, where he disappears. Then there's the 3 punch assault and 2 and 4 kick assault. Yeah, that trick. Ultimately, Bulma is beaten, and Tien Shinhan is quite surprised of the skills of young Goku. And then we move on to the semi-finals with Jackie Chan battling with Tien Shinhan, which ultimately plays out the same way, with Jackie Chan ultimately giving up, but not before he has his words with the young man about him serving his false master, and that this is not the path that he initially set himself upon. And basically, yes, that does begin to get through to Tien, much like it does in the original. And well, we then move on to Krillin versus Goku, and the fight pretty much plays out a lot like it does in the original, except Krillin was able to avoid the whole final trick. Goku did try to use the trick he used on Bulma to beat him, but Krillin saw it coming, having witnessed that fight. Now, are you thinking that Krillin won the match? No. Goku still managed to pull it out of the hat, being only just. It was, well, actually, he was quite lucky. Goku was basically on the verge of losing, almost out of the ring, where Krillin threw a bit of a reckless move, and Goku was able to get out of the way, and it ended up with Krillin falling out of the ring instead. And basically, we get to the final match, Tien versus Goku, and that pretty much plays out exactly the same it does in the original story, with their match being equal, being quite equal, with Chaozu paralyzing Goku and Tien finally realizing the error of his ways. Chaozu, I didn't say help me. I want a fair fight. Forget your fair fight, finish this whelp off. You have to avenge Tao, my brother. And of course, Tien Shinhan decides no, he doesn't want to be a killer. He doesn't want to follow in the steps of Tao. And that his master's teachings are wrong. And well, with Master Shen threatening to kill them both, Roshi, sends him via a one-way trip through Kamehameha Airlines, if you know what I mean. Now that that's taken care of, get back to the match! And well, the rest of the match plays out like it does in the original, with Tien Shinhan ultimately getting the win, only because, Goku was hit by that truck on the way out of the ring that made him hit the ground that split second before Tien. And well, much like in the original, Tien decides to treat everybody to dinner, celebrating his victory, and of course, their now friendship. And he does look to Yamcha and basically apologize, because he was pretty rough in the ring, even though Yamcha didn't get injured at this point in the story. You can still clearly see the bruises on Yamcha. Hey, no hard feelings, man. I'm just glad you finally seen the light, bro. So, with that, with Tien Shinhan's victory and shouting everyone to a meal, celebrating his victory and their new friendship, Bulma and Krillin actually volunteer to go back and pick up Goku's Dragon Ball and Power Pole. And, well, after a little while, it became noticeable that Krillin and Bulma have sort of been gone a little bit too long. So Goku, not touching his meal, goes back and heads towards the arena, where, if you're thinking he's going to find Krillin and Bulma dead, actually no. They're A-OK, but they do find this green monster-looking thing dead. Yes, because Bulma went with Krillin, they were both easily able to take out Tambourine. Remember, Krillin is a bit stronger than what he is at this point in the original timeline. He might have been able to hold off Tambourine long enough for Goku to arrive in this story, after all being well rested and having a bit more stamina. But with Bulma there as well, yeah, Tambourine did not have a chance against the two of them. And, yeah. Basically, the referee fills him in that, oh, this Tambourine creature wanted this strange ball-looking thing. That's my Dragon Ball, Goku pipes up. And, said he wanted a list from the, Martial Arts Society. All the, recent participants in the, latest 2 or 3 tournaments, or whatever it was he took. But thanks to Bulma being there and a trained Z-Warrior, Tambourine not only failed to retrieve Goku's 4-star Dragon Ball, he failed to kill Krillin. Bulma and Krillin teaming up together proved to be too much for the King Piccolo minion to handle. Not to mention they were both well rested after the tournament. And, Krillin was also a bit stronger in this timeline than what he was in the original also. So yeah, Tambourine did not stand much of a chance. And well, with Roshi now finding a bit of piece of paper that was left behind with the devil encircled around it, he recognized this as the crest of King Piccolo. Not to mention, he recognized the dead body of Tambourine as one of King Piccolo's monsters. And well, this did strike quite a bit of terror in Master Roshi, because this was proof 100% for sure that yes, the evil, at the time, demon King Piccolo had indeed somehow escaped from his jar prison, being sealed away by Mutaito all those years ago. King Piccolo is back, and Roshi needs to hatch up a plan in order to deal with Roshi, and that plan is find the Dragon Balls and basically have the Eternal Dragon deal with him. At the very least. But of course, Master Roshi also has a backup plan, and of course, we all know what that is. So, basically, because Krillin didn't die in this story, Goku's not running after anyone and putting himself in immediate danger in the story. He's actually sticking it out with Roshi and the rest of the Dragon Team, with the inclusion of Chaozu and Tien, and they're all off together finding the Dragon Ball. You've got Bulma, Yamcha, Krillin, Goku, Roshi, Tien, Chaozu, all cramming each other in a bigger plane this time. Yeah, not everyone could fit in the plane they used in the original, but the one that they have that they're using now, pretty much Yamcha's plane. And remember, Yamcha wasn't injured in this story. He wasn't injured by Tien. So no one's going to have a chance to even try to pick him off. So everyone is able to journey together, help Roshi find the Dragon Balls, which, imagine with all that backup with him, it's definitely goes a lot smoother than what it does in the original. And well, at this time, Piccolo has only managed to secure one of the Dragon Balls, because remember, Tambourine didn't get... Yeah, failed to get his. And, well, the Dragon Ball he managed to collect was, well, unfortunately from Yajirobe. Yeah, in this timeline, Yajirobe fought off Symbol like he does in the original and eats him. However, then King Piccolo basically attacked Yajirobe, injured him pretty badly. In fact, it's very possible that Yajirobe could be dead. I haven't made up my mind about that yet. And has basically taken Yajirobe's Dragon Ball from him. So with Goku possessing him and Yajirobe finding more or less the rest, and of course the one that Pilaf gave Piccolo from the start, Piccolo has two of the Dragon Balls, while... No, the original Dragon Ball Piccolo had was the one Tambourine originally stole from Goku and Krillin, so no, Piccolo would only have one of the Dragon Balls. Okay, had to correct myself there, so Piccolo only has one of the Dragon Balls, while Roshi and the gang have the other 6. And well, just like in the original, King Piccolo is speeding their way to him, but this time Roshi has a solid plan in place. And well, much like Piccolo does in the original, he swallows his Dragon Ball. Oh, that nasty fiend! We're just gonna have to knock him around a bit and make him cough those Dragon Balls up. And well, with all that backup and all those formidable young fighters there, they definitely could overwhelm King Piccolo. Not only got a well-rested up Goku there, who's about as strong as he is in the original. You've got Yamcha, who's stronger than what he was in the original. You've got Krillin, who's stronger than what he was in the original. And you've got Bulma, who is right now the second strongest out of the lot of them. Well, okay, except maybe from Goku and Jackie Chan, so I guess she'd be the third strongest out of the lot of them. So, needless to say, Piccolo does eagerly go down there and challenge him. After all, this is the chance to wipe out a few martial artists off his list, and after all, they did manage to retrieve all those Dragon Balls for him. Basically, it's not like Piccolo really had much choice in the matter. And well, as King Piccolo is realizing, even though he's stronger than pretty much everyone there, he's having a hard time keeping up with all these young warriors. They are beginning to overpower him, and Goku and Bulma together get a double hit on the Demon King, and that forces him to cough up the Dragon Ball. And well, does Master Roshi gather it and call up the dragon? Well, actually no, the battle is still pretty intense. It wouldn't take much for King Piccolo to get control and, suddenly kill Master Roshi or any of them there before they could make the wish. So, suddenly, Roshi's original plan of using the Dragon Balls using the Eternal Dragon to defeat Piccolo, that plan has suddenly pretty much gone out the window. Damn it! Alright. It looks like I have no other choice. I'm not sacrificing the lives of my students. So, Roshi takes out a dino cap and opens it, revealing the electronic jar. King Piccolo sees it and he's spooked. No, not that. Anything but that. King Piccolo tries to attack the old man and hopefully destroy the electronic jar. However, yeah, Roshi students are not giving him the chance to do so. And so with that, Roshi fires the Mafuba, aka the evil containment wave, and it goes off without a hitch, and Roshi doesn't miss this time. Well, why is that, DBRI? How come he doesn't miss? Well, Roshi actually has a lot more energy to spare at this point in time. He didn't actually engage with King Piccolo himself in this timeline, so he didn't expand any energy, and was more in control of the wave. So, it actually is successful. Does Master Roshi die? Actually, no. And again, that all goes down to the fact that he didn't wear himself out in any way prior. He didn't take any laser beam eyes from the Demon King Piccolo, not getting kicked around by him. And because of that, Roshi was fresh going into the Mafuba. And because of that, King Piccolo is sealed away, and after that, the Dragon Balls are summoned up, and they wish to basically restore anyone that King Piccolo and his minions may have killed. And well, this does restore the life of Yajirobe. So there we go, Yajirobe is alive, thanks to the wish from the Eternal Dragon, as well as anyone else that King Piccolo may have managed to kill before being wrapped up. In the manga, it may not have said that he killed anyone, before the original when Krillin is offed, but I don't know, a monster like King Piccolo, there's probably quite a few unmentionables that were killed off. You would think so. I mean, this is King Piccolo we're talking about. So anyway, they're all brought back regardless, and well, that basically stopped King Piccolo right in his tracks. He doesn't even get to take over the world or conquer King's Castle like he does in the original. In fact, he doesn't even get to restore his youth. He will remain in that electronic jar for the rest of his years. And, good riddance. This will mean that, that we don't get Piccolo Jr. in this story. So, with that, and everyone is sort of recovered after the battle with King Piccolo, it was still very intense for the Turtle Hermit students, and of course, you got Tien and Chiaotzu, who have decided to permanently switch and get away from Master Shen and his teachings. So new additions to the team members, and basically, not too long after the aftermath of this battle with King Piccolo, they get a surprise visit from the Akame house. Who is it? It's Master Korin. Huh? Master Korin? What are you doing here? Well, to put it simply, Roshi, I'm here to congratulate you and your students at a job well done. You really took care of that King Piccolo guy for us. If you had failed, I might have had to fight King Piccolo myself. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, I'm not just here to congratulate you. I'm actually here from the message from the big man upstairs himself. Huh? Big man upstairs? What are you talking about? I'm talking about Kami, the guardian of the earth. He wishes to see Bulma and Goku right away. What? Goku and Bulma? Not all of us? Nah, I'm afraid just these two for now. So, you two better get over there pronto. And well, thanks to Master Korin's method of transportation, his transportation cauldrons, they're able to go to his sanctuary, and basically he fills them in on basically what Kami is going to want with him. And that he wants them to train with him the next 3 years. But DB Rai, why is that necessary without Piccolo around? Well, it's basically as a reward for dealing with King Piccolo. 3 years of training with the Guardian of Earth himself. You know, you're not going to pass that up. And I do believe Kami would still offer that, whether, you know, Junior survived or not. You know? And, well, it just could be his way of hopefully finding himself a successor to take over for him when he inevitably kicks the bucket. You know? Regardless of what Kami's intentions are, he awards Goku and Bulma with that. After all, they had done so much for the Earth. You know, in a way, they have done more than what Roshi has done for the Earth during his time. You know, Bulma and Goku stopped the Red Ribbon Army, they stopped the Pilaf gang from taking over the Earth, and they were a very big help in the defeat of King Piccolo. So, as far as Kami is concerned, Goku and Bulma have earned this time. And, well, because, Goku having a training partner in Bulma, and having her along to actually help him with the studies, Goku is actually getting more out of this than what he does in the original. And Bulma is soaking up the information like a sponge, so she's getting a lot out of this too. And since their power levels are almost pretty closely at par with each other, I mean, not quite, Goku's still the strongest still, basically, with them training together in the Room of Spirit and Time, they actually get close to 7 to 8 months out of it together, before they can't handle it anymore. After all, Goku's not training in the Room of Spirit and Time alone this time. So, you've got he at least has Bulma to talk to and everything like that. And so, they're actually able to go pretty close to that year in the Room of Spirit and Time. And this pretty much pushes Bulma and Goku's power level almost to the 600 mark. So, pretty much doubling what Goku's power level is worth in the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai when that comes up. And well, Bulma essentially a young adult, and pretty much Goku hitting his adulthood at that point, their relationship has pretty much grown and blossomed. After all, she's been with Goku through the thin and thick of it, so her interests have sort of moved away from Yamcha a little bit. And well, Goku has definitely gotten along with Bulma after all these years. They've really gotten to know each other and know how each other thinks. And so, basically, when the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai comes along, Goku and Bulma are pretty much a thing now. And, well, they had to basically break the news to Yamcha, but Yamcha was sort of, oddly okay with it. He had sort of, felt the same way, that his relationship with Bulma wasn't working out. That, her interests were, in getting stronger in, her research. It was just taking up too much of their time together. So, their splitting up was more mutual. And, you know, not sudden like in the, in Dragon Ball Z when she suddenly falls for Vegeta. So, the, sort of relationship between Bulma and Yamcha was fading, you know, pretty much through the Red Ribbon Army saga when Bulma was helping out Goku. After all, Yamcha did seem, more interested in all those other girls that were hitting on him anyway. So, with this, Yamcha's actually quite okay with this. With the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai now happening, and no, Piccolo Jr. this time to give us a bit of a threat in this end of the story, it's basically a nice friendly competition. Even Jackie Chan is excited to take part in this to see if his students can finally surpass him. And well, how long does Jackie Chan last in the tournament? He's actually beaten in the preliminaries, not by any of his students. Now you can imagine that Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, Bulma, Tien and Chaozu managed to get in. However, Master Roshi did not. He was eliminated by a mysterious fighter known as Gero. And Gero did try to beat Roshi with those his ridiculous antics of him pretending to be an absolute klutz and an idiot. But Roshi wasn't fooled by this after all. After all, they don't call Master Roshi the Invincible Master for no reason. And it ended up an all-out fight in the preliminary rounds between Jackie Chan and Gero, with Gero getting the win. But to be right, why would Kami be disguising himself as Gero for this tournament? There's no Piccolo Jr. here. Why is he even doing here? What are you doing? Why can't we have just Jackie Chan in the... Well, I thought it would be cool to still have Kami take place in the tournament, because, well, he's quite rather fond of Bulma and Goku, and this would be like a rite of passage for the two. You know, just have a friendly tournament, see if they can beat him as like, sort of like a final test. Just Kami wanting to test the fruit of his pupil's labours, I guess you could say. So, with that in, the combatants are set. And well, like Chaozu was also eliminated during the preliminaries, I forgot about that. And of course, Tao was the one responsible for that, Cyborg Tao. You'd think that would be against the rules. You know, he's got hard metal robotic parts on him. He shouldn't have even been allowed to enter the tournament. Anyway, obviously that he was allowed for some reason. So, with that, we get the battle between Tien and Mercenary Tao, and that plays out exactly like it does in the original. And basically, from there you get Goku versus Anonymous and in Chi-Chi, and the same thing happens like it does in the original. Goku not remembering who Chi-Chi is, and basically Chi-Chi, unfortunately, after losing to Goku, revealing who she is and why she was there and what her intentions were, Goku unfortunately had to turn her down. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, Chi-Chi, but I'm kind of in love with someone else. Points to Bulma, and Bulma is just so star-stricken that Goku picked her. You know? So this time, not this time, does Goku get away from her. Not this time. And well, and don't worry about Chi-Chi, because there's a certain someone else there that she has met before, had sort of feelings to. In fact, if Goku hadn't have turned up, she might have easily been infatuated with him. And that person is Yamcha. And let's be honest, this is probably a more beautiful pair, that match. After all, considering what Yamcha does a few years from now in the future, at least Yamcha will have a career. Talking about the baseball thing, people. And, so, moving right along. Now, after that, you get Krillin versus Bulma, with Krillin thinking he can get the win over Bulma, since Bulma's basically all still starstruck that Goku's has basically picked her. But yeah, it doesn't go that well for Krillin. After all, Bulma's a lot stronger than he is. And almost being trained with Goku, her movements and fighting style is a lot like his. And Roshi, who's now watching in the spectator seat, realizes after watching Goku and Bulma have their fights in the tournament, their moves are very similar, and they're quite similar to how Hero was moving. So Roshi's standing there all serious, just going, "So Hero, who are you really? And well, it's still a pretty good match between Bulma and Krillin. Bulma's pretty much going easy, and if you're asking whether she's wearing weighted clothing like Goku, yes she is. And basically, with after a bit of a Kamehameha beam struggle between Bulma and Krillin, Bulma basically gets the better of him and knocks him out of the ring. Oh no, not again! I'm referring to when Bulma beat him in the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. Sorry, Krillin, but history repeats itself there for ya. Oh! And well, from there we now get the semi-finals match between Goku and Tien Shinhan, the long-awaited rematch. And that goes pretty much like it does in the original, with Goku winning after Tien Shinhan splits himself into four. Goku is holding back quite a lot, because after all, he did want to enjoy himself and make this fun. And, you know, Tien Shinhan did get a few good moves in, so, you know, Tien Shinhan just can't wait to get in there again and try and defeat his rival once again. And then we get on to Bulma versus Hero. And well, Bulma being, you know, smart, she basically figured out who Hero was pretty much instantly. And I have a feeling I've forgotten something. Anyways, never... Oh yeah, Hero beat Yamcha like he did in the original. If I didn't say that, I forgot about who Hero fought originally. Alright, so you get Hero versus Bulma, who pretty much figured out who Hero was right away. So Kami, come here to babysit us, have you? Huh? Oh, not at all, child. I'm just here to have some fun, just like you guys. Well, don't expect me to take it easy on you, just because I know who you are. Now that, I have no doubt. Getting into their martial arts stance, and they have a pretty good matchup together. Although it's pretty much just like a glorified sparring session, but it's quite a spectacle. The spectators are definitely enjoying themselves, and well, in the end, it is Bulma that beats Hero, just giving him a nice passing from the ring. And well, after that, basically Kami returns Hero's body to him and emerges himself in front of everyone, to everyone's shock. Yeah, everyone sort of mistaking Kami for King Piccolo. But that's okay, it's, he explains very clearly that he is not King Piccolo. He just came down from the heavens and just wanted to have a bit of fun, that's all. Well, did you hear that, folks? Kami himself has graced us with his presence. Yes, this, has the crowd bewildered. Is like, what an annoying publicity stunt, some of the crowd's thinking, that this whole thing was just some sort of publicity stunt. Anyway, so, with that, you get Bulma facing off with Goku in the finals, and it is quite the epic match. Bulma and Goku go all out in their fight, and it's quite the struggle. They're bruising, they're bleeding a little bit, they're really giving each other, what? And these two are gonna get married? Damn, if this is what loving each other looks like, I'd hate to see them hating each other. But, in the end, you'd probably guessed it, Goku would go on to win the strongest under the heavens and finally achieve his goal of winning the World Martial Arts Tournament, like he does in the original. A few months later, he and Bulma would be married, and you're probably wondering if Bulma's going to move into into Goku's house in Mount Paozu, or whether or not Goku lives at Capsule Corp. Goku would be moving into Capsule Corp. However, Bulma does understand that Gohan's homestead means a lot to Goku, so she went there and gave it a little bit of a Capsule Corp touch and turned it into their home away from home, like a vacation house. Somewhere where they could go to train, go all out without disturbing anyone in the city, and just somewhere where she can go to get away from it all. It wasn't a bad idea to have to have that area, especially when her parents are driving her nuts. And so, before we get into the 5-year time skip, before Raditz shows up, the marriage between Goku and Bulma is, in my opinion, a lot better one than he has with Chi-Chi. Just for the fact when they have their little Gohan, and yes, he is named Gohan, just like it was from the original when Goku married Chi-Chi, we do have a little Gohan running around. Now, if you think that Bulma is anything like Chi-Chi and wouldn't allow Gohan to train with Goku, you're actually dead wrong, because Bulma likes to train and better herself as a martial artist as well. So really, as a wife in this timeline, Goku really hit the jackpot with her. She's a brilliant scientist, she's smart, she's a martial artist, and a martial arts rival to Goku. So, really, he's got the whole package there. And with Gohan, who has interest in training himself, the whole family can train together, get stronger, and grow better as a family and bond. Much like how Saiyans do. But, not that I'm saying Bulma's a Saiyan, but you know what I mean. Gohan is half Saiyan. So fighting is simply in his blood. It's unavoidable. I don't know what Chi-Chi was thinking in the original. But if you think that this means that Gohan is not going to have an education, remember that Kid Trunks from the original is a very smart kid. So was his future version. You know, being raised by Bulma, you're going to get an education, and a mighty fine one as well. Even Goku would sit in and join in for the education. After all, as we know, he needs all the help he can get when it comes to being smarter. And it's kind of funny to see Gohan smarter than he is, getting all the answers right, where Goku's struggling with it. So definitely a bit more of a family dynamic here. And because of Bulma's ingenuity, and just remembering how it felt in the Room of Spirit and Time when she trained with Goku in the Room of Spirit and Time, she actually built a gravity chamber. Yes, we get a gravity chamber earlier than we do in this timeline than we do in the original. Now, if you think this is going to boost Goku to be freakishly strong when Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta get in the story, actually no. This isn't too far away now from when Raditz actually makes his appearance. But Goku will get a couple of months in there, and because there's no immediate threat to the planet Earth, at least at this point, unknowing to him that his brother's on his way at the moment, he and Bulma are taking their time with the grav chamber. They're going from gravity to 2 times stronger to Earth, and going up 3 times stronger than Earth, going up really slowly. After all, you can't give 10 times gravity to Bulma straight up. She might be squashed like a pancake, you know? And there's little Gohan to consider as well. So, Goku would struggle with just the 2 times gravity, but it'd feel like, you know, it'd feel like he's punching with a few weights in his hand, something like that. So it's not too strenuous, but it's enough to make him stronger nonetheless. And, well, then comes time for the great big reunion at Kame House, which is actually yearly because they pretty much see each other all the time. Because Bulma does not want her husband to not socialize with her friends and everything. In fact, Bulma and Goku go to Yamcha's baseball games together, which they get to see Chi-Chi all the time too. So really, Goku has quite the social life in this story. Which, quite frankly, could do our hero some very much good. And so, with that, and the reunion at Kame House, where everyone shows up this time, including Tien Shinhan and Chaozu, well, it's about to be spoiled when a certain Saiyan interrupts the party. Now, because there's no Piccolo Jr., obviously Raditz doesn't pick a fight with him first. He goes straight for the highest power he can detect. And he is shocked when he's like, "What? There are 2 power levels, almost as strong as mine. What's going on here? Kakarot was only a power level of 2 when we sent him here. It can't be him, can it? But it must be." And well, as he shows up, he does indeed spot his brother Goku there, and he's like, "What's going on here? You're supposed to eradicate all life on this planet. Why haven't you done this mission yet? I want answers." And well, I think at least for right now, this tale, much like Goku had, and even her own little Gohan had when he was first born, she had it removed, of course. And, so yeah. Now you can imagine that the discussion between Goku and Raditz plays off like it does with the original, and basically a fight breaks out at Kame House right then and there. "You're no brother of mine? Huh. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to teach you some manners." With Goku being quite a bit stronger than he was in the original. In fact, his power is very close to Raditz. In the last part, you might remember me mentioning that Bulma built a grav chamber. Well, yes, they would use it from time to time, training in higher gravity. Now, Goku's not freakishly strong. He's still weaker than Raditz at this point. They've only been able to train up to 3 times the gravity on their planet at the moment. So Goku hasn't even gotten to 10 times yet. So, yeah. Bulma got the idea back during their time on Kame's lookout, when Goku and her spent time in the Room of Spirit and Time during the training before the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. So she had a grav chamber built to continue the training, because she too felt the results of gravity training. It was a good idea. And luckily, it's enough power that Goku is challenging Raditz, and at first it seems Goku has quite the advantage over his brother, because after all, he can sense energy and doesn't need to wear a device on his head in order to detect people and things like that. However, Raditz does begin to turn the tides of him. There's still a bit of a power difference between them, but Bulma charges in and also begins to fight. Now Bulma, her power level is about 900, where Goku is about 1100, so only about 100 points weaker than his brother, but he's still weaker just the same. And, well, Raditz is beginning to have sort of second thoughts. You know, maybe he should have thought this through a little bit better. He's normally cautious, but after Goku said that he was no brother of his, yeah, that kind of hurt Raditz's feelings, so to speak. And well, he sees the little one, little Gohan, and tries to basically make a play for him. And well, Gohan's pretty good at dodging Raditz, but he does get hit with a pretty big hit later. Now Gohan has of course received training of his own. He's not he's not the pampered boy that we met in the original Dragon Ball Z. Bulma would allow Gohan to train with them. And it's not like Gohan's not going to get an education, being the son of basically the smartest woman on the planet. And well, with Goku and Bulma, having a hard time getting around Raditz. Goku is trying to get behind him to grab Raditz's tail, but yeah, Raditz is basically going all in. He's not holding back at all, and he does manage to beat the couple to the ground. And Gohan, who's beginning to come to, sees this, and well, uh-oh, Raditz, it is Rage Boost time to Gohan, which is a lot more powerful than his original counterparts, Rage Boost. Gohan was about 600 the way he is now, so with a Rage Boost, it's basically shot his power level higher to Raditz, so he gets quite a devastating hit on his evil uncle. Oh, I broke my armor! You'll pay for that, kid! He tries to charge up a double sundae to vaporize the kid, but he can't. He can't. He's been weakened too much from that one attack. And this basically forces Raditz to flee from the battle and having to regroup. And Nappa and Vegeta are just scolding him over the scouter. Nappa thinking this is hilarious. You couldn't even handle 3 people weaker than a Cyberman. Ha, this is gold. Ha, wait till Lord Frieza finds out. It's like, seriously, Raditz, you couldn't even take care of those 3? What good are you? Wait, Prince Vegeta. I'll make it up to you. I'll go back. I'll grab that kid. He's clearly the strongest one there. He'll be able to fit in the pod with me. We'll have our extra Saiyan to take on that job. So, after Raditz has recovered a bit, he does indeed spend his time trying to track Bulma and Goku and the kid down, who do not go back to Capsule Corp. Oh, no. With them being rendered unconscious by Raditz earlier on, they don't really know what happened to Raditz. They know that Gohan scared him off, and that it's possible he could have died from his wounds, but that's not the case. But they're not going to be hanging around Capsule Corp with a lot of people, that live in that city, being caught in the possible crossfire. And just by some chance, Raditz is flying around. He does get glimpses of their power levels from time to time when they train. They do train some distance away from their Mount Palzu home, so Raditz can't pinpoint them. And they try and back off as best they can. And you're probably wondering what Vegeta and Nappa are doing. Well, much like in the original, they're en route to the planet as well. Huh. We can't trust you with this, Raditz. We're gonna come too. If Kakarot and his brat don't join us, then they will die. And we'll make them watch as we massacre their families. You sure know how to have fun there, Vegeta. And well, as fate would have it, one night, Gohan's tail happened to grow back, and there also happened to be a full moon. And Gohan staring at it. And Goku and Bulma are witnessing their boy transform into a great ape. Bulma! What is that thing? What's happened to our son? That is our son, Goku! He's transformed into a great ape! Great ape? Goku then finally putting 2 and 2 together that it was him who trampled his grandfather all those years ago and smashed the World Tournament Stadium. You mean it was me that killed my grandpa? And smashed the tournament? Why didn't you tell me this? Goku, this isn't the time. We need to get Gohan under control. Now Raditz, of course, sees Great Ape Gohan there. And, much like Gohan did, Raditz decides to look upon the full moon as well, and transforms into Great Ape Raditz. And basically, dare I say, giant monkey fight! We get a all-out battle between Great Ape Gohan and Raditz. Now, Gohan has no control of this form whatsoever. Raditz, of course, has used this form a few times before and does have quite a bit of control. And, well, as it turns out, Gohan was doing quite well battling with his uncle. After all, Raditz is holding back. He's trying not to kill the boy, because he wants to bring him back towards the Frieza Force. Yes, he'd be a much better Saiyan than that failure Kakarot who managed to lose his tail. And, well, as it turned out, Gohan got a pretty good hit on Raditz. Hey, wouldn't be the first time in this story. And, well, there was only one basic option left. Bulma and Goku basically do what Piccolo did in the original and blew up the moon. Bulma remembering that's how Jackie Chan stopped it. Last time, they couldn't exactly get close to the two transformed Saiyans and cut off their tails. Goku, we're gonna blow up the moon. That's the key to their power. Both of them together, Kamehameha! And the moon is destroyed. Raditz is transformed, and Raditz knows full well he's not going to be able to beat Goku, Bulma, and Gohan if they team up on him. Drat! This was my one chance to redeem myself with Vegeta and Nappa! I'm a laughingstock! They'll kill me for sure, but wait a minute. Raditz has found himself a new plan. And now that Gohan's now basically knocked down to sleep from the transformation, and Goku and Bulma are over Raditz, Goku's like, Raditz, what do you have to say for yourself this time? Just wait, brother, hear me out. He turns off his scouter, and he's like, what? But was like, what are you doing? You just told your friends where you are, aren't you? Hush now, woman. I just turned off the scouter, okay? So no one can listen in. Listen in? Who's listening in? Prince Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans, and Nappa, the Saiyan military commander. What? You mean there are more of you out there? Yes. Now, unless you listen to me, you'll be facing an all-out Saiyan invasion. And Raditz fills him in on his plan to basically double-cross Vegeta. Now, why would you want to double-cross Vegeta? You don't understand. He doesn't tolerate failure. I failed to bring Kakarot and his brat back into the fold. That's enough for Vegeta. Vegeta can have me killed on that basis alone. And now I failed tonight. He'd be coming to end me for sure. Well, I guess that's your problem. It's our problem. After he's dealt with me, he will kill your son. He will kill Kakarot. And then, this whole planet for wasting his time. Our only chance is if we work together. And of course, they don't really know if they can really trust Raditz. However, this is where Kami speaks to him telepathically and basically assures them that Raditz is telling the truth and that he's sincere. He has no longer any interest in grabbing Gohan or Kakarot. Right now, he just wants to survive. Well, now that the man upstairs has put in a good word for me, shall we get started, brother? And well, yes. So the three of them, including Gohan, so I guess that means four of them, would train together. And as for Nappa and Vegeta, they're still about 9 months away, something like that. So they've got to get... with Raditz's assistance with his scouter, they were able to track down the other Z warriors and fill them in what's going on, and they start getting their training with Kami, much like they do in the original. And, as for Goku, Bulma, and Raditz and Gohan, they're training as best they can together. And Raditz is quite enjoying being the top dog at the moment. Well, at this rate, we're not going to make it. We're not getting strong enough. Kakarot, you were a power level of 2 when you were sent to this planet. How is it that you're now suddenly able to best me? You should have been a power level of 500 at best. And well, this is where Bulma basically pipes up that they've got a grav chamber room. A grav chamber room? You mean it simulates gravity? You mean there's actually a place here where I could train in gravity that's stronger than this because the gravity here is beyond a joke? Yes, that is correct, Raditz. We can use the gravity chamber. Then what are we doing standing around here? Let's go! And so, with Bulma and Goku basically training now at 10 times Earth's normal gravity. After all, Raditz has experienced 10 times gravity before, spending most of his life on planet Vegeta and going around other worlds that have planets with similar gravities to planet Vegeta. Ha! You call yourself a Saiyan, Kakarot? Ha! This was the gravity you were born in. This should be a cakewalk for you. Ha! If only Father could see you. Yes, Raditz is enjoying this quite a bit. However, it's not long till Goku gets used to the 10 times gravity and is able to finally bridge the gap between their power, and they're training together as equal, while Bulma's basically doing the best she can, and Gohan is pretty much slowly catching up to his father and uncle as well. And soon they're able to go. By the end of the year, everyone's basically training at 20 times Earth's normal gravity. But by the end of the time, like we're talking like a couple of weeks before the Saiyans get here. And so basically this bridges, Goku's power, pretty close to what he has in this timeline in the original, if not a little bit higher. It would be higher, actually, if we're talking, some 20 times gravity training as well. So yeah, it would be higher, especially with having another Saiyan to spar with, Sensu Beans and the Zenkai boost. So yes, Goku would be a bit stronger than what he is in the original at this point in the story. Bulma is, her power level's she managed to get to about 5,000 because of the results of this training. She couldn't always take the 10 times gravity and the 20 times gravity. So she used it as best as she could whenever Raditz and Goku and Gohan weren't using it. And Gohan, also, being as young as he is, he's still not quite used to it either. So he gave 10 times and 20 times a go sometimes, but not as much as, say, Raditz and Goku were, who are basically the big head hitters in this side of the story. So with that, now Nappa and Vegeta make their arrival. Meanwhile, Raditz, Goku, Gohan, and Bulma are pretty much at the same spot where Piccolo and Gohan meet them in the original. Krillin showing up, and then the rest of them forming together, and them coming face to face with their enemies in Nappa and Vegeta. People in this city, and she's fearful, these guys are just going to kill them all. And so Raditz basically shows you, don't you worry your head, Bulma. That's not gonna happen. Raditz basically begins powering up, and while Nappa was making his sort of gesture that he does, which blows up, half the city, he suddenly stopped in the middle of it when he's reading a power level, a certain energy signature that he's familiar with. Haha, check this out, Vegeta. That weakling Raditz actually thinks he could challenge us. Well then, let's not disappoint the weakling. I'd actually would quite enjoy watching him try. So, needless to say, Vegeta and Nappa are on their way pretty much to deal with the traitor Raditz and make an example of Kakarot and his family. They're not here for Dragon Balls this time because no one mentioned the Dragon Balls. And, well, before they get there, they sense another reasonably high power level approaching them. That would be Krillin. So, you got 4 of them and 2 Saiyans. You know what? It would actually seem they were actually preparing for us. Here, look at them all lined up for the slaughter. Tell me, Nappa, how many of those Cybermen do we have? Well, Vegeta, we have, 6. 6 survived that job on Tradic. And like in the original, Nappa plants the Cybermen, and the Cybermen attack, and you've basically got a 4 on 6 struggle with this time Gohan's not freezing because he's quite battle ready. After all, remember Bulma allowed Gohan to train with his father, and of course she would join in training too, so Gohan is quite seasoned in a way and ready for battle. He's not as intimidated as he is in the original. He's still a little spooked because this is his first really for real battle. But yeah, it's not really holding him back that much. And well, when that little session stops, Tien and Chaozu show up, along with our savior Yamcha, and this Namekian. Who is it? Is that Kami? Nah, it can't be Kami, he's too young. Oh, I assure you, Goku, it is indeed me. Yes. In this timeline, Kami had used the Dragon Balls to make himself young again. Well, why is that, DBI? Well, because Goku didn't die in this timeline, no one was using the Dragon Balls, and Kami, realizing that this is a real serious threat to the planet, like we're talking more serious than what King Piccolo could ever do, Kami basically decided that perhaps it was time that the Earth had a guardian that the Earth could truly depend on. Someone who's not afraid to get his hands dirty and do what needs to do to defend the Earth. After all, guardian the Earth, that's kind of his job. So, he used the Dragon Balls to make himself younger, which was enough to return him to the basically primal and pinnacle of his power, and spent the last year in the Room of Spirit and Time, basically catching up. And well, say, how would you guys feel about having somewhat of a match? Now you're talking, Vegeta. Wow, this could be a lot of fun. We might be able to just sit back and watch. And well, much like in the original, Tien Shinhan fights first, defeating his Cybermen relatively easily, and then we got Yamcha battling his, Vegeta giving the Cybermen explicit instructions not to hold anything back, and well, just like in the original, Yamcha had his Cybermen beat, however, he let his guard down. And Raditz, thanks to Raditz being there and knowing what was about to happen, Yamcha, you fool! Duck! Now! He ducks his head, and the Cyberman misses him right into the grasp of Raditz, who essentially does to that Cyberman what Piccolo does to that last remaining Cyberman. So in a way, I guess you could say Raditz is sort of the Piccolo in this reality. Well, I'm sure glad your brother's on our side this time, Goku. Hey, look at that, Vegeta. Raditz is finally stronger than a Cyberman. Shall we give him a round of applause? Why not? And they just sort of mockingly clap Raditz. You may mock me now, Prince, but that is nothing compared to what I have in store for you. And so, with things going the way they are, pretty much Vegeta's going, oh really? Well, we'll just see about that. And he orders the rest of the Cybermen to straight up attack Raditz. And Raditz just simply powers up his energy, literally vaporizing a lot of them. And this does catch Nappa and Raditz by surprising, as his power level is pushed, up to about the 3,000 mark. Raditz is still holding back at this point, by the way, but the power he was displaying now was about 3,000. Enough power to just vaporize the Cybermen. No problem. And so, the battle basically comes forth with Nappa getting in there, choosing who he wants to battle with first, and he basically attempts to charge Tien Shinhan. Raditz, who's sort of gotten adept to sensing energy, knows that this is basically going to be a one-sided fight, and if they're really going to have a chance of beating these two, they need the numbers. So Raditz, against his better nature, because remember, Raditz is more cautious than the rest of the Saiyans, he jumps in and goes, "You're going to have to get through me first, Nappa. Ha. That'll be a great pleasure. You weakling." And we get a battle between Raditz and Nappa breaking out. "You guys keep on your toes. Vegeta could make a move any second." "Why would I bother? None of them are worth my time." Vegeta being so sure of himself. And Raditz is quite a bit nervous taking on Nappa. But DB Rai, you said Nappa, Goku, Bulma and Gohan spent time in the grav chamber. Wouldn't they be a lot stronger at this time, like being able to take on the Ginyu Force strong? Well, actually no. They didn't train up to 100 times Earth's normal gravity. They progressed up it very slowly. At the most, they got to about 20 times Earth's gravity. And while that's still quite a hectic push, they didn't spend a lot of time on the 20 times gravity, like a few days just on the 20 times gravity. And you got to remember, because of Rash's cautious nature, he's pretty nervous about having to fight Nappa. After all, Nappa used to beat the heck out of him all those times where when Nappa's insults would get the best of him and Raditz would actually, against his better judgment, try and take on Nappa. So Raditz's competence is keeping Nappa in this fight, basically. And just the fact that Nappa knows how Raditz fights is also a factor in this fight. But, needless to say, Nappa does basically manage to sort of get around him and does manage to scatter and basically divide the Dragon Team, with basically everyone trying to get shots in on Nappa and taking their opportunities to fight, while Vegeta's basically just standing around enjoying the show, much like he does in the original. My, Nappa, I'd be careful if I were you. You don't want these weaklings to get the better of you. Isn't that right? Don't you worry about me. These guys couldn't even beat me to save their life. Oh wait, that's exactly what they're trying to do. And so, basically, once Raditz gets in there and has another bit of a round with Nappa, actually getting the better of Nappa this round, some confidence does begin to flow into Raditz, and it's beginning to sort of turn around. And Nappa is beginning to come onto the losing side, especially when you got the rest of the Dragon Team who are also working together, waiting for their opportunities to take down Nappa. Vegeta's fears are coming to realize that Nappa is on the losing side of this. Especially with Goku, Bulma, and Gohan's team attacks, and, everyone else spent all that time on the lookout training with each other. It's not looking too good for the bad guys right now, let's put it that way. And Raditz, is really starting to really show his confidence, and he's really starting to get into the fight. As for Nappa, he's hanging in there, but it's really not doing that well. And meanwhile, Vegeta has decided that, oh, I've had enough of this. And he basically powers up an attack, the very attack that he uses to kill Nappa in the original, and basically fires it directly towards Raditz's family. Bulma, Goku, and little Gohan. Now, Kami decides to jump in the way to get in front of the blast, but then Raditz gets in front of Kami and takes the full power of Vegeta's attack. And, well, when the smoke cleared up, Raditz is basically standing there, much like in a similar pose to what Piccolo does when he saves Gohan in the original. And, well, Raditz does kill over, and he's basically beginning the slow journey to death. Raditz! Why did you do that? You're my family, Kakarot. The last bit of real family I have. I promised our parents years ago I'd look after you. I guess I made good on that promise in the end. I wasn't always a good person, you know. I was really bad. I took over civilizations. I killed innocent people for the likes of Prince Vegeta and Lord Frieza. But then I met you, your wife, my nephew, and all your friends who accepted me, took me in without question. I knew that if it came down to it, I would sacrifice myself for the place that you've called home here. Don't let these bastards take it. You hear me? Think of it. Our father, he'd be proud of us. Us standing up to two so-called elites, the Saiyan Prince and Nappa. Kakarot, I leave the rest to you. Raditz killing over and dying. And Bulma, Gohan, and Goku are not happy about this whatsoever. Goku, very angry. Gohan, very angry. In fact, this basically sets off a power boost within Gohan, who basically returns fire at Prince Vegeta. Nappa getting in the way of that blast. Don't you worry, Vegeta, I can handle this blast. And Nappa is down and dead for the count from that blast. And now, Vegeta is basically alone with pretty much most of the Dragon Team barely unscathed from Nappa's fighting. Vegeta is going to have to find a way to beat all of them. With Raditz dead and gone out of the way, and him realizing that Goku has no tail, Vegeta believes he has the solution to get rid of these insects, quite literally. Ha! You may have the numbers advantage on me, Kakarot, but there's no way you're going to win. You're outnumbered, Vegeta. You think I'm going to let you get away after what you did to my brother? Forget it. I have to admit, Kakarot, I admire your confidence. Too bad you're not going to get the chance. Here's a little trick from our race. Vegeta powering up an energy ball and throwing it up to the sky and transforming into his Great Ape Zaru form. And, well, Vegeta thinks he hasn't won here. He is fighting around and everyone's spreading around trying to avoid being hit by Vegeta. However, Bulma had anticipated such a trick. Remember, Raditz was around. He gave them as much information on Prince Vegeta and Nappa as they could, including Vegeta's trick to fire an energy ball up into the sky. And whenever Bulma was in training, she was tinkering away on a bit of a counter device to deal with said problem. However, with her dodging around right now, it's really not looking good on whether or not she's going to be able to really have enough time to put this master plan into action. However, she does sort of spot Krillin and Tien, and basically she does this sort of gesture. This sort of gesture. Krillin and Tien know exactly what she's getting at. And Krillin and Tien spring into action, and both of them together do a double solar flare in Vegeta's face. Oh, my eyes, I can't see. This is unbearable. Oh. And, well, this gave Bulma the chance to take something that she was tucking under her gi, just this sort of little device, and she pushed this button, and, well, this sort of robot sort of launched from the Capsule Corporation building and began flying towards their location. And, well, by the time it gets in range to do whatever it is it's going to do, the solar flare has stopped and Vegeta has basically resumed his attack. He's begun firing ki blasts from his mouth, trying to destroy everybody, but he's not exactly hitting anyone at the moment. And, well, this device comes into range and fires this sort of canister that is fired directly to where the energy ball is laying and explodes, and this dark sort of smog begins engulfing the energy ball. Kind of like how Lord Slug terra-freezes the planet in the Lord Slug movie, but it doesn't terra-freeze the entire planet. It's just enough to cover up that secondary light and the sun temporarily, enough that Vegeta has reduced to his human form. Now, it's not exactly a permanent and prominent solution to the problem. They have about an hour to finish off Vegeta before that smog's going to dissipate, and as we know, the energy ball will last about 2 to 3 hours. So they have got to end this quickly. And this is where Goku charges in, fully powered up, along with Gohan and with Bulma, and they're basically taking it to Vegeta. Now, Vegeta, going from his transformation and now back to his humanoid form, has basically taken... base form, that's what it's called, sorry. It has taken a bit out of him, but not as much as it does in the original, because he hasn't expanded any energy fighting with the others yet. But still, he is weakened enough that Bulma, Gohan, and Goku are basically taking it to him, and with their triple team attacks, it's not looking very good to Vegeta, who basically has to get some distance in order to power up before he could go in there and rush them again. And with their next exchange being a bit more equal, with Goku basically answering back by powering up himself. Now, thanks to the training in the Grav Chamber, the power that Goku can power up to is about the same he can with his 4x Kaioken in the original. So, at the very least, it's not like he's lost any power in this reality. So, this does resort to Vegeta having to fire a fully powered Galick Gun at our heroes, and pretty much right then and there, Goku answers back with his Kamehameha, and basically he's putting everything he can just to sort of repel Vegeta's attack. And from there, basically Bulma and Gohan pretty much fill in their Kamehamehas as well, adding to the power of Goku's, and pretty much everyone there more or less doing the same thing, and the power is definitely overwhelming Vegeta in a more alarming scale than what Goku did in the original. And, well, it basically sends Vegeta flying off to pretty much into the heavens like it does with the original, with him crashing down a bit later. Now, is Vegeta dead? Actually, no. He just managed to sort of survive that somehow, getting himself off the wave of the blast. And, well, he didn't have enough energy to sort of regain control of himself and fly. No, he just crashed back down, like I said. He's barely alive at this point. He can't fight anymore, basically. So from here, he's basically got to call in his ship and get out of there, which essentially he does. And, well, Goku ultimately decides that to basically let Vegeta go. If he comes back and looking for trouble, they can beat him again. And it's not like Goku's not going to be able to see his brother again. They can bring him back with the Dragon Balls because, well, Kami isn't dead in this timeline. They'll be able to use the Earth Dragon Balls to bring him back. And if they do actually end up going to Namek, you know, you got the Namek Dragon Balls as well. However, Vegeta has managed to get himself to his space pod and has indeed flown himself away. And, well, while everyone is resting and recovering at the hospital, and Vegeta in space, while Vegeta's in space, on his way to get himself fixed up, he does put 2 and 2 together about the Dragon Balls and the young Namekian that he faced on Earth, Kami. Because he remembered that the Earthlings mentions, that Kami mentioned something about the Dragon Balls earlier. I used the Dragon Balls to make myself younger. You needed me for this battle. You know? And him being a Namekian, the Namekian Wish Orbs legend that he heard about, puts 2 and 2 together. You think you've defeated me now, Kakarot? Just you wait. I'm gonna go to Namek, use their Dragon Balls, become immortal. Then, you and Lord Frieza will bow before Prince Vegeta. Since Goku didn't die in this reality, you know, why not? Why not make Kami a guardian who actually can defend the planet he's in charge of? However, something has been troubling Kami about the realization that Kami was never from this world. He was a Namekian. And if that's the case, are there other people on his planet capable of making Dragon Balls as well? Fortunately, Krillin and Bulma also had the same idea, and basically pipe up to Goku telling him, we might be able to bring your brother back if we go to Namek. They must have Dragon Balls too. After all, if Kami is from Namek, it would only make sense. And of course, Kami realizing that if they were smart enough to figure that out, so was Vegeta. Well, I insist we go to Namek at once. Vegeta could show up there and attack a bunch of innocent Namekians. And it would be all our fault if we do nothing. And well, that's pretty much settles it, and everyone is pretty much on their way to Namek. With Kami remembering that he once had something that he believed was a spaceship, and basically with Bulma fixing it up, and with Kami there who does speak Namekian, just somehow, someway, despite forgetting he was a Namekian, he can still speak the language. So, when it comes to flying the ship and everything like that, it's not really that much of a big deal, not that much of a problem. And, well, Goku and Tien ultimately decide that they want to stay put in case Vegeta shows up on Earth again. You know, you gotta have your your best ones, just at the ready, just in case Vegeta comes back here picking up fight, just in case Kami is actually wrong and Vegeta's not going to go to Namek at this point. And, well, with basically that, the team going to Namek at this point in time is Kami, Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha, which of course means Poi's tagging along as well. And, well, Bulma just saying to her husband, "It's alright, we'll see you in a couple of months, I promise. And don't worry, Gohan's in good hands." Goku basically just giving her the thumbs up. "Not to worry, Bulma, I know how strong you are." And so, they're blasting off much like they do in the original. And, well, a little bit of time later, before they actually arrive on Namek, Goku did ask Dr. Briefs to get to work on seeing if he could salvage parts from his own space pod, building his own spaceship to go to Namek, just in case it's needed, and of course to insert a grav chamber so he can continue his training while on the road. Now, in the meantime, Goku is using the Capsule Corp grav chamber along with Tien Shinhan and getting an early start onto his training. Pretty much going back to where he last left off his training before the Saiyan invasion arc, which was he was just starting on 20 times Earth's gravity. So he's doing a few more sessions on that to really get used to 20 and really master it before he moves it up again to 30. And, well, there's no fake planet Namek. We're moving right along. And basically, our heroes do indeed land on Namek. And meanwhile, Planet Vegeta has been healed up and restored like he does in the original, with news that Frieza has already head off to Planet Namek. Now, because of the realization that there was a Namek on planet Earth, and that Vegeta and Nappa worked out about the Dragon Balls, the Namekian Wish Orbs, yes, Frieza heard everything, and he is indeed on the planet, already causing trouble. Gaining 4 of the Dragon Balls already. Excellent work, my minions. Now, on to the next village. Let us hope that they're a bit more cooperative than the last one. And, well, Vegeta, of course, has since landed on his planet and pretty much takes out Kui like he does in the original. Why is it Zarbon? I can't say for sure, but my scouter just read Vegeta's power level over 20,000. What? Your scouter must be broken. No way he's that strong. Well, tell me the number, Dodoria. It's impossible. No Saiyan could have that kind of power. Please, Zarbon and Dodoria, we know this is no threat to me. Besides, I believe that monkey has outlived his usefulness anyway. He's no threat to us. And if he's dumb enough to try to steal my prize, I will happily rid the cosmos of Vegeta once and for all. And, well, just like in the original, after our heroes have sensed the overwhelming power of Frieza, who basically flew straight past our heroes, in order to attack another village, basically, Kami, Krillin, and Gohan are out to investigate, while Yamcha is pretty much helping Bulma set up the capsule house and just helping her out with finding materials so she can build some sort of phone to call Earth and tell her husband Goku that yes, they're going to need his help for this one. And so while that's going on, Kami, Krillin, and Gohan are on top of the mountain watching what's going on in the village go down. And Krillin's trying to caution both Gohan and Kami for not interfering, but you can imagine it's not sitting well with Kami at all. And it's actually not Gohan that jumps and bursts into action this time. It's actually Kami. After Mori destroys the Scouters and tells them and hands over his Dragon Ball, and Frieza trying to get him to point out the next village, Mori ultimately refusing, having his neck snapped by Dodoria, and one of the Namekian children dead, Kami bursts into action and gets a very powerful knee strike into Dodoria, while Gohan and Krillin are able to grab Dende, and they all basically fly off, much like they do in the original, and you've got basically Dodoria after him. We don't have the strength to face this one alone. We're going to have to do something quick. Don't you worry about it, Kami. I have a plan. Solar flare! They blind Dodoria, much like they do in the original, and ultimately manage to escape Dodoria. And, well, they fly slowly back to their hideout on Namek, and are able to introduce him to Bulma and Yamcha, and basically they fill him in on everything, that this Frieza guy has 5 of the Dragon Balls already. He can't be intending anything good with them, and that if they're going to have any chance of getting the Dragon Balls before Vegeta or Frieza do, they're pretty much going to have to divide and conquer, basically. So Bulma and Kami take a trip out to Dende, to the eldest Namek, while Gohan is more or less heading off towards the village to retrieve the Dragon Ball that Vegeta would have taken in the original. Now, meanwhile, Vegeta has indeed found Dodoria, and that whole thing plays out like it does in the original. The biggest difference here is that Gohan gets to the village first, and humbly asks for the Dragon Ball, and the Nameks were sort of unsure at the moment, thinking that maybe he's one of the ones who've been attacking their village. But Gohan was able to basically assure them that this was not the case, and the Namekians could tell he was a kind-hearted person who was really nice, asked for the Dragon Ball nicely, and of course he ultimately warns them that these other guys could be here any minute and that they should evacuate their village. And well, with Gohan basically sensing that Vegeta is approaching right now, there was no time to waste. And once the other Namekians could sense this evil energy approaching them, they basically, handed Gohan the Dragon Ball with the explicit instructions that he guards it with his life. And Gohan basically makes a bit of a retreat, flying off very slowly. Hopefully not enough that it really catches Vegeta's attention. You know, maybe it's just a Namekian child going out on an errand or something. And the other Namekians have more or less escaped on foot. And Vegeta has arrived to this village that has no one there. And he is not happy one little bit. What? How could they have known I was even coming? I suppose other life forms may be capable of sensing energy. But there's no way they could have known that I wasn't a Namekian. What's going on here? And well, unfortunately, he sees basically the tracks that the Namekians left, and he was able to trail them, and basically he does wreck their village on the way out, and does manage to track down the Namekians, but unfortunately there's not a lot anyone can do for them at this point. They go down swinging like they do in the original. I know, pretty sad, even after Gohan managed to warn them again getting out the village. But Vegeta, years on other planets, taking out other civilizations, he'd be used to tracking people. And well, Gohan's able to get to the hideout with the Dragon Ball, no problem. Vegeta managing to actually full on avoid Vegeta this time around. And, well, this is where Vegeta senses yet another power level. This would be Zarbon. And Vegeta goes off and has his little fight with Zarbon, which ends pretty much like it does in the original, with Vegeta being incapacitated and having to be taken to Frieza's ship to be recovered, and of course be later interrogated. And well, in the meantime though, Krillin and Poir are sitting there with the radar, just wondering if there's anything they could really do. Remember, Gohan did make it back to the hideout, so he's given them back the radar. If there's anything they could really do to get Frieza to let go of these Dragon Balls. And they've come to a realization they can't sense that pink one's energy anymore. They can't sense Dodoria's energy anymore. And they did know that Vegeta was battling Dodoria. Perhaps Dodoria has been taken out. Alright, I have a plan. I, Yamcha, have a plan. Poir, you remember that one job we pulled back in the desert?
Oh yes, Yamcha. I remember.
Yamcha's sort of using a little trick that he and Poir once used back when they were desert bandits. Well, I suppose we got nothing better to do. And if we can get these Dragon Balls, that'll make 6 in our possession. This is going very smoothly. And what is Yamcha's plan? Well, we'll find out in a second. Meanwhile, Bulma and Kami have indeed made it to Guru's place, and Guru basically recognizes Kami as being the son of Catan, one of their Dragon Clan members. I am glad to see you managed to survive all these years on a different planet. And Kami just doesn't really know much of what he's talking about. I see, you've forgotten. Well, don't worry about it. After all, more pressing issues at the moment. And well, basically, Guru decides right then and then to basically unlock Bulma and Kami's, latent potential. Because he's a nice guy like that, and quite frankly, we need all the help we can get. Now. And so, with that, Bulma and Kami have their potentials unlocked, and Guru does trust them with the Dragon Ball, and basically they fly away. It's like Bulma wondering, well, our first Dragon Ball, but Guru sort of pipes up, actually, if all goes well, this might be your 7th. What? After all, Guru does keep an eye on everything that's going on with the planet. He basically tells Bulma that Gohan has retrieved the Dragon Ball from a village, and basically fills in Bulma with what Yamcha, Krillin, and Poir are up to, which is where we are right now. Vegeta is still being recovered, and Yamcha and Krillin are just outside the ship, keeping their power levels down. I mean, sure, their scouters are broken and they can't detect them, but still, you just don't know. Better safe than sorry. So, Yamcha whispering to Poir, alright Poir, you know what to do.
No problem, Yamcha. Transform!
Poir, transforming into Dodoria, and just makes his way into the ship. And basically, most of the men are basically just saluting the Poir Dodoria as he's walking by, and well, Zarbon spots him. Oh, it's about time you got back. I actually thought you were dead. Vegeta told me he took care of you.
What? That ridiculous Saiyan? He missed. And as for those other pests, I took care of them, no problem.
Zarbon not sure whether to buy this or not, but after all, seeing is believing, he basically just lets it go and just proceeds to mock the fake Dodoria. Well, it would seem that you missed out on apprehending the prince. I was able to do it myself. I didn't screw up.
Well, that's, good for you.
Good for me? Dodoria never compliments me. He's always competing with me. Dodoria, are you alright? Are you, sick or something?
No, maybe I just caught one of those Namekian flus or something.
Well, yeah, you gotta be careful on other planets. Alright then. And basically, Dodoria, or rather Poir, disguised as Dodoria, goes into Frieza's room along with Zarbon.
Ah, Dodoria. So glad you could make it. And here I actually thought you went and got yourself killed. I should have known you were one of my more capable soldiers.
It was no problem, I took care of those pests. And well, as for Vegeta, well, you know how careless he is.
Oh my, indeed, that stupid monkey.
And well, this is when Vegeta wakes up in the recovery room and starts causing all sorts of havoc that forces Zarbon and Frieza out of the control room. Frieza going to Dodoria.
You stay here and you guard those Dragon Balls with your life.
Yes, sir, Lord Frieza. And well, while Zarbon and Frieza are investigating that, Poir basically stands at the window signaling Krillin and Yamcha to come on in. And well, after smashing the window and Krillin and Yamcha are there, Poir, Yamcha and Krillin take the 5 Dragon Balls out from underneath Frieza and just basically make a bit of a getaway. As soon as they're basically on the other side of the mountain, away from the ship, they basically flew off full force, while Vegeta's basically entered the Frieza's room where he was storing the Dragon Balls. Fine, they're not gone. What? Where are the Dragon Balls? Surely Frieza would have hidden them here. What's going on here? And well, it's not looking good because he's hearing a bunch of footsteps outside, bunch of Frieza's men coming in, Zarbon and Frieza.
Oh no, Vegeta's going after the Dragon Balls.
Vegeta's figured, he's got to get out of here quick. So much like he does in the original, he fires one more distracting blast at the ship and basically makes his escape underwater. But not before overhearing that the Dragon Balls are gone and Vegeta is left puzzling where these Dragon Balls could have gone. And well, this is where he vaguely senses a few power levels flying away from the ship. Sensing, of course, Krillin and Yamcha, and Poir, who has since shifted back to his normal form, basically just sort of clawing onto Yamcha while they're flying as fast as they can. What? The Earthlings are here! Ugh. So it would seem Dodoria was actually telling me the truth. Well, it would seem they've saved me the trouble of getting the Dragon Balls myself. Too bad they're gonna have to hand them over. And well, Vegeta is chasing after them, and luckily for Zarbon, he basically detects Vegeta, and basically he's flying after him too, which pretty much leads to Vegeta threatening the Earthlings to hand over their Dragon Balls when Zarbon shows up, and we get an all-out battle between Vegeta and Zarbon, which pretty much goes like does with the original, with Vegeta ultimately winning. However, the big difference this time is now Kami and Bulma have returned, along with Dende, with the 7th Dragon Ball. After all, they're going to need Dende to unlock the Dragon Balls for him and speak their wishes. Now, Kami may be able to speak Namekian, but that doesn't mean he necessarily knows the words needed to be said to unlock the Namekian Dragon Balls. So, having Dende is kind of
necessity here. And yes, Guru did unlock Dende's latent potential before they left, so he does have his healing abilities on handy. And, well, with Zarbon out of the way, Vegeta thinks it's time he exacts his revenge on the Earthlings. And, well, this does not go to Vegeta's liking at all. With Kami and Bulma's latent potentials being unlocked, they were ultimately able to get the better of the prince. They haven't badly hurt him or anything. And, well, ultimately, if the fight draws out, we're looking at a pretty even fight, actually. However, they are suddenly stopped in their tracks when they suddenly sense that there are 5 huge power levels approaching the planet. Oh no! Frieza's called in the Ginyu Force! Listen. You're gonna have to use the Dragon Balls to make me immortal. We're gonna get out of this one. Yeah, right, Vegeta. Bulma talking. I appreciate your effort, but nice try. They, right then and there, summon up Shenron, who appears before them. Porunga, sorry. The Namekian dragon Porunga, thanks to Dende's help. And they tell Dende their first 2 wishes, to resurrect Raditz and bring him to Namek. After all, these power levels are really high, they're going to need some serious muscle to get them out of this one. And well, for the third wish is to transport Goku and Tien to planet Namek, who were basically, still about a days away from Namek. And yeah, they're still about a day away from planet Namek in the middle of their training. Now Goku's power level is a little bit higher than what it is in the original, thanks to him having Tien Shinhan as a sparring partner. So he's about 20% stronger than what he is at this point in Namek. However, he doesn't have his Kaioken multiplier this time. So that's probably the only downside to this situation, is that Goku doesn't have his Kaioken multiplier, which how that will affect things, we're not sure yet. So meanwhile, Porunga is able to instantly transport Tien Shinhan and Goku also to the planet. And, well, Vegeta is just surprised that Tien, he's about 50 to 60,000. You gotta remember, he's human, while Goku's power level is way up there. Vegeta tries anything, he's gonna get stomped. There's not much he can do here. Even if he went Great Oppo Zaru right now, the Earthlings would just defeat him again, most likely, and he'd probably lose his tail. So yes, Vegeta still has his tail in this reality. So Vegeta has no choice but to stomach it and work with the Earthlings now that they've used all 3 of the wishes from the Namekian dragon. It's basically team up with them, beat the Ginyus, hopefully get out of there before Frieza finds them. And, well, the Ginyus do arrive and they give Frieza the new Scouter, and he then realizes, Zarbon's definitely dead and everything like that. However, Frieza hasn't caught on that the Dragon Balls have been used. After all, he doesn't know about any of the strange things that happens when you summon the dragon, like the sky going black and everything like that. And Frieza was just a little bit too far away that he, no one could see where the dragon actually manifested. So he thinks the Dragon Balls are still activated, so he's heading off to Guru's place thinking the Dragon Balls are still working right now. Oh, Frieza, the joke's gonna be on you. And meanwhile, the Ginyu Force have arrived, ready to capture Prince Vegeta and get rid of these other nuisances. And the biggest difference here is that Goku's already on the planet. And I think, and good thing they did, because the Ginyu Force is on their way. And well, with Frieza, with his new scouter, he's on his way to Guru to try and get some answers on him, to basically just
see if there's any Dragon Balls they may have missed, that he might have. And well, why not beat the password out of him while he's at it? Frieza has no idea how the Dragon Balls work, so he has no idea that our heroes have actually used the Dragon Balls on him. He has no idea it has happened. Vegeta knows because he was right there with them when they used them. Vegeta reluctantly joining them now that the Ginyu Force have arrived. And the Ginyu Force is there, basically ready to attack. And this isn't really anything like the original battle between the Ginyu Force and the Heroes of Earth in the original. It's pretty much an all-out battle. Just pretty much because, well, the Earthlings greatly outnumber the Ginyu Force, and if they take any unnecessary chances playing games with these guys, they actually could end up losing. Look at Vegeta, he's actually got some allies. Stupid Saiyan, we're gonna beat him bad. Don't mind you, the Ginyu Force are still overconfident and think they can beat them pretty easily. And they seem to be doing well for a little bit until suddenly Goku, Tien, Shinhan, who were training together for about 5.5 days on the spaceship before Porunga transported them over. So yeah, pretty much Goku and Tien are pretty much able to clean house. And also you got Raditz there, who pretty much knows everything about everyone there. Pretty much, you know, that's the good thing about being the guy who was unnoticed in the Frieza Force. He knows everything. No one looks at him twice. But he's smart enough to know everything about everybody, including Captain Ginyu's body-snatching ability. When he attempts to use it on Goku, which could have spelled trouble for them, Raditz actually puts himself in front of the blast and is transferred to Ginyu's body instead. And Raditz, who pretty much right now is one of the weaker members of the Dragon Team, along with Yamcha, Krillin, and Kami. Well, no, not Kami. Kami had his he had his potential unlocked in the previous part. Sorry guys, forgot about that. But yeah. So yeah, he is among the weaklings, but never you fear, I have a feeling he will quickly catch up with the power gap compared to the others like Vegeta, Goku, and Tien. Needless to say, with pretty much them making short work out of the likes of Gildo and Raccoon, and even Berto with Chase Captain Ginyu being the last two. Yeah, it's with Ginyu in Raditz's body, it was a little tricky, Goku being hesitant to pound on his own brother. But Raditz is basically assure you, if you hold back on this guy, we're gonna lose. Vegeta, more or less the same thing, and you basically got Raditz in Ginyu's body teaming up with his brother to get the best of Raditz Ginyu, who's, yeah, brutally beaten because, well, he really should have swapped bodies with that Goku guy, or even Vegeta would have been preferable. Needless to say, he's more or less on his last legs. Not to mention, you know, you got the likes of Bulma and Gohan getting in on the action. They're more or less assisting Vegeta with Jace at the moment. And needless to say, with their combined efforts, they're able to dispatch of Jace no problem. And yeah, and Ginyu's trying to use his switch, his body switch again. This time he is going for Vegeta, and well, this is where Raditz jumps in front of him, gets his own body back, and he's basically, yeah, out of it. There was quite a nasty beating he took from his brother. Well, or rather his body took from his brother. And, well, with Ginyu back in his body and Vegeta doing what he normally does at this point, just really mercilessly going after Ginyu, and he's definitely setting him up for the body snatch again, when luckily there just happened to be a Namekian frog around, and they threw
threw that in front of Ginyu, and you get Ginyu the Frog, and suddenly this Ki Blast just vaporizes the frog. It is Raditz who's just managed to sit up a bit and fire a Ki Blast. Goku not really liking this one bit. Raditz, no, you didn't have to do that, he was defenseless. Kakarot, trust me, that guy was a serious threat, even as a frog. Do you really want the most dangerous frog in the galaxy hopping along? I don't think so. And well, even Bulma was agreeing with Raditz's logic. I hate to admit it, Goku, but your brother's absolutely right. Ugh, just imagine if that creep switched bodies with me. I could have been the frog. Yep, reference. Oh, just imagine the horror if, because this version of Bulma's a Z-Warrior, if she had have become a frog, could have been all sorts of mayhem. Okay, so, with that, in the meantime, Lord Frieza has battled with Nail like he does in the original, and Nail being all smirky and going, "Ha, the Earthlings have already used the Dragon Balls, Frieza."
What? Impossible!
You don't recall the sky going black earlier, right?
What? You mean that happens when the dragon is on?
Oh, indeed. I guess you should have done your research a little more. Frieza. Needless to say, this has Frieza livid. He's like,
"Oh, I could kill you now, but I really don't have the time."
"No, I must stomp these Earthlings." So Frieza is on their way to them, and after checking his scouter, realizing that the entirety of the Ginyu force are dead, all his men back at the ship are gone. Yeah, it's not looking good for Frieza at the moment.
When I'm done with these meddlesome twerps, I am blowing up this planet. How dare they waste my time like this?
And well, there's just enough time for Dende basically to heal up everybody, including Goku, who did get a couple of scrapes from Ginyu Raditz when he was holding back at first. So needless to say, with Raditz getting quite a good Zenkai boost from the beating he took, and Vegeta getting somewhat a bit of one, luckily he had the good guys watching his back at this time around. So it's not quite as potent as the Zenkai boost that he got in the original, and well, in this case, because Goku wasn't the one badly beaten down, he doesn't have his big final Zenkai that he would have had leading into his original battle with Frieza. So our version of Goku in this story is not quite as strong as his original counterpart in this story. Anyway, needless to say, Lord Frieza has arrived.
Oh yes, that look of fear upon your faces? Ah, always prices. Please do go on. Give me ideas.
And so, without further ado, the battle between the forces of Earth with Vegeta against Lord Frieza is pretty much underway. With pretty much the only one to really challenge Frieza at the moment is Goku. However, the teamwork of everyone else is making it hard for Frieza to get any ground, that to the point Frieza is pretty much going through his transformations. The first two transformations are not making much difference, just due to Goku's power when he goes all out. However, when he does transform into his third form, this is where Goku begins to have trouble, and their overall teamwork is beginning to fail. Even the combined efforts of Goku's family, Bulma and Gohan, getting in there, battling, combined Kamehamehas, are doing nothing for against Final Form Frieza. Now, Frieza hasn't powered up to 20% of his power or 50% of his power or anything like that yet. He's really just sort of
playing around. And much like the original, it's not looking good. And Frieza's just having a lot of time, throwing a bunch of Saiyans around. After all, you got Raditz there too. Oh, more monkeys for me to play with. Oh, yes, please. Frieza really wants them to suffer this time around. And well, then, basically, Vegeta comes up with the same plan he does with the original, and basically, with Raditz, they both blast basically holes into each other, and Dende starts healing them up, then trying to take advantage of their Zenkai boost so they could get some power to at least help out, or get the power to at least kill Frieza. And, well, considering how behind both of them are compared to Vegeta's original counterpart from the original, they've got to blast each other a couple of times before they've basically caught up to Goku's level. And at this point, remember, because Goku doesn't have Kaioken in this timeline, nor the Spirit Bomb to help him out. And, well, Raditz is like, alright, now what's next in this plan of yours, Prince? Vegeta starts powering up an energy ball. I think you know exactly where I'm going with this. Raditz still has his tail, also, after all. So, Vegeta throws the energy ball up in the air. If you really want to save Kakarot, look up into the sky. And Vegeta and Raditz both look up into the sky. And this sort of brings back memories for Raditz back when he was teaming up alongside with Vegeta and Nappa back when they were wrecking civilizations. And now they're using this power to try and get one over Frieza? Oh yes. And well, basically, Vegeta and Raditz pull their efforts into a combined Ki Blast beam struggle. Frieza does try to counteract with his own blast. Basically, this combined Ki Blast of Grade 8 Raditz and Grade 8 Vegeta basically takes over the role of the Spirit Bomb. Goku uses, and everyone else uses their chance to pull their attacks in as well, giving everything they've got as a final push against Frieza, and he's basically blown up, nowhere to be seen. Much like he is when Goku uses the Spirit Bomb on him in the original. And well, the explosion is so intense, it destroys the energy ball in the sky, and it rapidly dissipates with Raditz and Vegeta returning to their normal forms, to their base forms, and basically they're tired as well. And, well, there's a bit of a celebration. They think they've won, and Vegeta's still a little moany-groany because he didn't get his wish with the dragon and everything, and that next time we meet, I'll be the top dog, blah, blah, blah. You could at least thank me, it was my plan. And well, that is basically when Frieza shows himself again, and well, he's aiming a death beam directly at Goku when Bulma basically gets in front of it and is killed right in front of her husband Goku. And, well, the next death beam goes off, and the next one is Krillin, like in the original, and we know what happens there. Krillin is also dead, and, well, I think we all know what's happening next. It is Super Saiyan time for Goku, but this time, the transformation is a bit more potent than what it is in the original. Due to Goku's rage, Goku is more angry than what he was in the original. In the original, yes, Frieza killed his best friend Krillin, and caused a lot of damage to Piccolo. But this time, Frieza killed the two people that he loves, that he cares about most. His best friend Krillin and Bulma. Or I suppose it would have had the exact same effect if he had blown away Gohan. Luckily he didn't. The bottom line is, Goku, the type of power that Goku is experiencing is more intentional to the has more intensity to it than his original counterpart did. He's a bit more harder to control himself, so to speak. He's basically blinded with rage at the moment, and it's directed directly at Frieza. Goku is going all out against Frieza, and he's not even giving him the chance to power up. None of this, you want to fight me at my best, Saiyan. None of this, I'm going to blow up the planet in 5 minutes, let me charge up. No, none of that is happening. Unfortunately, you killed the Saiyan's wife. You didn't just kill his best friend this time, you went ahead and killed his wife too. So, yeah, it's not looking good for Frieza. Meanwhile, Kami has been telepathically messaging his companion back on the lookout, Mr. Popo, who has been secretly gathering up Earth's Dragon Balls, basically in amongst this time. Wait, didn't you say that the Dragon Balls wouldn't be active again for a year? But remember, Kami has specific powers. He can awaken the Dragon Balls earlier if he chooses to, and this is one of those times where they're gonna have to. With Guru basically passed on, they're not going to be able to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to wish back any of the Namekians that are dead, and nor to bring back Krillin and Bulma. They're going to need the Earth Dragon Balls for this, and they need them now. So, with a bit of costly to some of Kami's power, his power drifting through all the way to the cosmos, finding its way to Earth, the Dragon Balls are reawakening. But DB, right, you're just making that up. There's no guarantee that would work, half a galaxy away, or however far away they are from Earth. I don't know, I think it is possible that could work. If he could do it from the lookout from Earth that quickly, he could have had time to easily restore the Dragon Balls once he saw the likes of Lord Frieza show up. So with that, the Earth Dragon Balls are, in fact, working again, and Mr. Popo has summoned the dragon, with the wish being that all the Namekians that were killed, basically all the innocent people who have been killed on Namek be wished back, which includes Bulma and Krillin. Wait, Krillin, wasn't he killed in Tambourine? Well, no, he wasn't. Remember, back when we covered the King Piccolo arc, Bulma was with Krillin during that, and because she was a fully trained martial artist, Bulma and Krillin worked together and killed Tambourine in this timeline. So Krillin didn't die, so he's brought back right then and there, and so is Bulma, who's witnessing her husband just pummeling the heck out of Frieza, Frieza not being able to breathe, and with one brutal and angry Kamehameha, Frieza is pretty much nearly dead. He's not quite dead yet, but he's basically about to be. Goku then gets behind him, gives him a nasty shot in the back, forcing him to fall back like this. Goku then grabbing him by the head, holding him up. So Frieza's basically like that. And then, with one final ki blast, Goku vaporizes the evil Emperor's head. Frieza is dead. And, well, Bulma tries to, thank her husband for getting rid of Frieza and that he saved him, and basically trying to get through to Goku, but right now he's just too far gone. He basically ignores her, getting into one of Captain Ginyu's space pods, and is flying straight into to the cosmos, God knows where at this point. But Bulma, bewildered, not understanding what has happened and why this is happening. And basically, Raditz and Vegeta basically are the only ones who understand this. I wouldn't worry about Kakarot, Bulma. I'm pretty sure he's going off to find King Cold. After all, it's what I would do. He intends to get rid of Frieza's influence once and for all. Vegeta's still burned up that he isn't a Super Saiyan and Kakarot isn't, but at least he got to witness the transformation and has a pretty good idea on how to do it himself. Same with Raditz, who's just proud as punch that it was one of them who became the Super Saiyan. Ha! Super elites? Ha! Don't make me laugh. My father was right the whole time. And so, with that, and with the Namekians being restored, and basically Guru passing away again, this time in peace, but not before bestowing his abilities to Mori, so he can become the new eldest Namek and restore the Namekian Dragon Balls. And they're all basically thanked with their gratitude. As soon as the Dragon Balls, Namekian Dragon Balls are working again, they're going to use them to relocate to a new planet. You know, it's obviously now just too dangerous to be hanging around. And, well, as for the Dragon team, they basically get aboard Goku's ship and fly off. Wait, you said Goku and Tien were transported here by the Dragon Balls. Yes, they were transported from their ship that was on its way to Namek, as in the course was programmed into the ship, still on its way to Namek. By the time all the battling was done, Goku's ship had landed on the planet. In one of the Ginyu Force's space pods, he's on his way in search of something else. He is in search of any essence remaining of Frieza and destroying it. I am talking about, of course, King Cold. Not that he knows King Cold exists or anything like that, but he can sense there is an energy out there that's so similar to Frieza that it's virtually identical, except, you know, King Cold's more of a businessman as a agent of pure chaos and carnage like Frieza was. So, with that going on right now, Vegeta and Raditz decide to take two of the other space pods and essentially go after Goku. Vegeta pretty much wants to know how he pulled off the Super Saiyan transformation. He did see it for himself, but a little bit more instruction on how it's done by the man who did it certainly couldn't help anything. And Raditz is going along with Prince Vegeta just to make sure, you know, he doesn't try and kill Goku or anything like that. But promises Bulma, "Don't worry, Bulma, I will find my brother, your husband, and bring him back to you. I promise." After all, least he could do after they did all that risky business on Namek to resurrect him with the Dragon Balls. And so, basically, they would see Vegeta, Kakarot, and Raditz again as soon as they can. And well, as for things on Earth, pretty much the whole Garlic Jr. saga pretty much plays out like it normally does. Except Kami being younger and more powerful, actually able to put up some resistance against Garlic Jr., at least initially. And basically the difference was that Kami was basically the Piccolo in this instance. They actually bit Kami and tried to basically make him bad, but it didn't work on him, much like it didn't work on Piccolo. After all, Kami's evil health would be Piccolo, so no, I guess if you think about it, he would be immune from the evil effects of the evil water stuff. So anyway, basically, the Garlic Jr. saga pretty much played out per normal, except you had young Kami instead of Piccolo. And yeah, Bulma was still unfortunately taken under the influence of the Blackwater Mist. And so, yeah. But it all worked out the same anyway. So, in the meantime though, Vegeta and Raditz haven't had much luck in finding Kakarot. They did find some other planets that have been, where Frieza stations have been established, pretty much decimated and destroyed. So Kakarot had been there and pretty much laid waste to these stations. It seems for once your brother is actually acting like a true Saiyan, Raditz. So tell me, when are you gonna shape up? Raditz just doing his best to ignore Vegeta, and well, Goku does unleash a one-man war when he does finally find the world where King Cold's basically residing. King Cold, who's basically making travel plans to find out what happened to his son, after hearing some strange transmissions of what was going down on Namek. But yeah, he hadn't even left the driveway yet when Goku was basically there before him, and basically straight out attacks King Cold. King Cold barely having any time to basically react or anything, basically is already on the losing side of this. He does begin to fight back essentially, but ultimately he can't really do much against a rampaging Super Saiyan Goku. And well, essentially Goku's got King Cold by the throat, and with one word, die! King Cold basically takes a ki blast through his, basically through him, and basically is killed off right then and there. Vegeta and Kakarot, Raditz, are close enough to, actually sense the death of, King Cold, and of course, the glimmer of what is Goku's energy. Oh! He's some kind of monster! He took down King Cold like it was nothing! This power I must have! And Raditz, of course, he's looking forward to learning this transformation for himself. Because if Prince Vegeta is going to get this power, oh yes, Raditz is going to want it as well. But at least Raditz isn't likely to turn on the good guys, where Vegeta could turn on everyone. However, just like before, they just miss him. Goku's already pretty much plotting his course home, where he pretty much accidentally crash lands into planet Yardrat, just flying into some cosmic storm that knocks his pod a loop, and he ends up crash landing on Yardrat. And that whole thing begins to play out like it does in the original, with Goku being rested and recovered, and essentially learning instant transmission. And so Vegeta and Raditz deciding, basically, let's just go to Earth. Goku's going to show up there sooner or later anyway. And so when they finally arrive on Earth, and it just happened to be a nice barbecue day at Capsule Corporation. So Vegeta, being all cleaned up and dressed in his pink shirt. Now, difference is nothing's happening between Vegeta and Bulma at this point in time, because Bulma's already married to Goku. However, something else has happened in the meantime that they were away, and that is Chi-Chi and Yamcha deciding to go their own separate ways. Now, why is this exactly? Now, from all this time, basically, Chi-Chi realized she still had sort of feelings towards Goku, and what she saw in Goku is not the same thing she sees in Yamcha. And that's basically what's happened here. And considering Yamcha was always being really busy with his baseball career, prior to the whole Saiyan thing, and then after that, immediately running off to planet Namek to battle aliens, Chi-Chi felt very, very neglected in a way. You know, when Bulma and Yamcha were dating, it was the other way around. Bulma was the one too busy for Yamcha, always hanging out with Goku and training with him. So their parting away was somewhat mutual in this timeline. But this time, it's Yamcha that's too busy for Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi's not really liking this. Now, the good thing about having Yamcha's career to kept Chi-Chi essentially fed is that she never had to dip into the Ox King savings or anything, so she's pretty well off, and she does get quite a good settlement, with the divorce. Yamcha being a pro baseball player and everything. However, Chi-Chi has set eyes on someone else. And no, it's not Raditz. Just nibbing that in the bud right now. It is not Raditz. Nah, you can thank Launch for Raditz. Yeah, Raditz is quite taking a liking to Launch in this reality. I thought we'd keep that, basically the same. People are quite accustomed to Raditz falling for Launch, so we'll keep it that way. So, Chi-Chi has actually fallen for Vegeta in this timeline. Vegeta has very much a lot of the qualities that Chi-Chi was that Chi-Chi saw in Goku. Brave, spiky hair, and of course, I must say, a certain thing about him, with, bettering himself and training and whatnot. So, essentially, that does get into things, so to speak. Vegeta's need to train and get better than Goku and make sure he stays ahead of Raditz at the very least. It's essentially, it means the same thing to Chi-Chi to basically what it meant to Bulma in the original. And, so, now, Goku does return not long after Raditz and Vegeta's arrival, and because there was no Lord Frieza or King Cole coming to the planet, there was no need for the rest of the Dragon Team to be at Goku's landing site, and he is met by a mysterious stranger. This being a future version of his son, future Gohan. Yes, there's no future Trunks in this reality, so we get future Gohan instead. Blue hair and all. Who essentially gives Goku the cure to this heart virus he's supposedly going to catch, and tells him all about the what's going to happen to the Dragon Team, that essentially most of them are going to be wiped out by Android 17 and 18 at some point in the future. And, well, basically, Goku had to ask, what happens to Bulma, to his mother, and that Gohan actually doesn't know. For some reason, Bulma disappears. She disappears and is never seen again. And, so, with that, Goku's basically got to be the bearer of bad news and tells everyone everything about what future Gohan had told him about the reality. Since there's no future Trunks this timeline, there's no need to be secretive and hide the reality of future Trunks, because future Trunks doesn't actually exist in this timeline. And so wait, if that's the case, who builds the time machine then? Well, remember, Gohan is the son of Goku and Bulma in this timeline, and he picked up a lot of from his mother, especially her talents of inventing. Gohan was able to build the time machine himself. And yes, he was very keen to use this. Gohan would do anything it takes to prevent at least one timeline from being engulfed in a dangerous world where Android 17 and 18 basically terrorize everyone. So yes, I do believe with Gohan being the son of both Goku and Bulma in this timeline, he would pick up a knack for inventing just like his mother and would have the know-how to build the time machine. So I hope that at least answers that somewhat slight flaw you might be thinking we had in this timeline. Just remembering, Gohan is the son of Bulma in this timeline. And so, with Gohan going back to his time, or at least preparing for when he will join them again in 3 years' time, basically, yes. Now Bulma is thinking, well, you know what? We could just find Dr. Gero's lab and just take him out right then and there. I'll never do anything that cowardly, Vegeta says. And, yeah, Goku pretty much agreeing the same thing. However, Bulma is not having this. She ultimately decides if they're not going to listen to her, she's going to take matters into her own hands. And so, with looking through some of her father's records and previous, scientific magazines and whatnot that have featured Dr. Gero before, Bulma essentially finds out where Dr. Gero's laboratory is and decides to investigate on her own. And well, you remember that future Gohan says that Bulma disappeared for some reason? This is why. While everyone else is out doing their training and everything, they haven't even noticed that Bulma is missing yet at this point. And Bulma is a Z warrior. She really should be out there doing some training, but if Bulma can get rid of the Doctor now and stop these androids from being activated, she could save the future right then and there. However, when she does finally find the lab, she is stopped in her tracks, suddenly being paralyzed by... You may have remembered that General Blue is still alive in this timeline. Remember, back when we were still covering Dragon Ball in this arc, General Blue had joined up with General Gold and Dr. Gero. General Gold being the son of Dr. Gero, who would essentially be the same man who becomes Android 16. And well, Bulma is able to get a look at the person paralyzing her. General Blue, I thought you were dead. Oh, I assure you, Miss Briefs. Call me Android Blue. And then the laboratory doors open. Android 16, Android 19, and Android 20 have opened the doors waiting for her. So it would seem one of Goku's friends has indeed fallen into my trap. In fact, we couldn't have asked for a better test subject. After all, you were with Goku when he destroyed my Red Ribbon Army. In fact, you are just as guilty as he is, Miss Briefs. Oh wait, Mrs. Briefs, I forgot. You gotta understand, Bulma, I don't get out much. After all, planning revenge is a full-time job. Alright, General Android Blue, bring her in. And in the original arc. Anyways, getting sidetracked now. So, pretty much with Goku realizing that Bulma's gone missing, pretty much everyone's training is on hold, and they are searching frantically for her. And they're having no luck whatsoever. Goku, of course, is blaming himself for this. How could I be so stupid? Gohan, we both know how your mother is. I bet you she went after Dr. Gero herself, just like she said she would. And now something has happened. We can't sense her. That typically means she's not on this world anymore. And of course, remember that Goku and Bulma have a bit more of a closer relationship than Goku has with Chi-Chi from their timeline. So he's really not taking this well. And from a man who was obsessed with training and getting everyone strong enough to fight the androids, it's now a man obsessed with trying to find his wife. And he's not having any luck whatsoever. Even Dr. Brief suggested that, hang on, I had some papers here that could tell you where Dr. Gero's lab was. I'll see if I can find them. They're not there anymore because Bulma took them with her. So it's really not looking so good. And well, after, you know, about 6 months of non-stop searching, eventually Raditz and Gohan were able to convince Goku to basically come back to Earth, so to speak. That's just a saying, he's not in space. Basically makes him come back down to Earth and snap out of it, and says, if you really want to avenge Bulma, then you'll have to train and make sure we get rid of these androids. If she really is dead, we can use the Dragon Balls to bring her back. And that does snap Goku out of it. But then Goku remembers they used the Earth Dragon Balls on her before. Then we'll use the Namekian ones. I'm sure King Kai could point out where new Namek is. And I'm sure they'd be happy to let us use their Dragon Balls after what we did for them. So, Goku does have a bit of help. And with his instant transmission, yeah, he could very much easily do that. So with that, Goku's back on his feet and he's ready to get back into training harder than ever before. So perhaps these months of getting upset and angry that Bulma was gone may actually have a bit of a benefit for the good guys, you know, later on as we continue on with the story. And more or less from there, pretty much the 3 years come and go. Vegeta and Chi-Chi pretty much have a child of their own. His name is Vegeta the Fifth. Yeah, Vegeta was not going to allow Chi-Chi to name their son. So basically, Vegeta got the won that argument. After all, he's not the type who loses arguments as easily as, say, Goku does. So we've got Vegeta the Fifth. And well, Chi-Chi's ultimately okay with that. I mean, you know, her husband is Saiyan royalty after all. And she's, you know, daughter of the Ox King, you know, a princess in her own right. So why not let him have his Vegeta the Fifth? Perhaps Chi-Chi can name their next child if they have another one. So the 3 years have come and gone, and it's time to meet up in order to face the androids. And well, instead of Bulma being there to wave everybody off and try and get a look at the androids, it's actually Chi-Chi there with baby Vegeta the Fifth, who pretty much looks a lot like his father, down to his haircut and everything. And well, much like the original, two beings descend and actually make that 3 beings ascend, basically destroying Yajirobe's ship and descend upon the city. Now, which androids are we dealing with here? Well, we'll find out in a second. You would be right in assuming that, yes, it's 19 and 20, but who's the third one? So, basically, everyone descends to the city trying to find them, and everyone comes to the realization that they can't sense these beings' energy. And, yeah. And, well, if Bulma has been taken out by these androids, then it just makes a lot more sense that she would be taken by surprise, because you can't sense their energy. And so, the whole Yamcha getting a hole through Gero happens like it does in the original, and they come, and basically Goku and the gang come across Android 19 and 20 and Android Blue, aka formerly known as General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army. And so, just like the original, Goku makes them leave that island and the battle ensues there, and Goku is now beginning to feel the effects of the heart virus. Goku was too upset and angry over the disappearance of Bulma that he had completely forgot about the heart virus medication. And everyone else, of course, naturally forgot about too, because at some point everyone was looking for Bulma, and everyone just completely forgot about the heart medication altogether. You know, even Raditz, you know, Mr. I am the most cautious Saiyan, forgot all about the heart virus medication that his brother needed to take. And so Goku is quickly on the losing side of this, especially with Android 19 and Android Blue working together. Android Blue using his paralysis abilities, which have only increased since he's become an android. It's actually strong enough to paralyze a Super Saiyan, or at least a weakened one like Goku. And essentially Goku's taking an even more ferocious beating than what he took in the original. And well, basically Raditz is powering up to Super Saiyan and beginning to charge in and essentially free his brother, but basically Blue just turns to Raditz and paralyzes him instead. Goku's already beaten and bruised bad enough that he's not going to be able to do anything at this point. However, this is where Vegeta takes advantage and straight out attacks Android Blue and pretty much thrashes him and destroys him on the spot. And well, then quickly, you know, kicking Goku over to Raditz. Get your brother out of here, Raditz. Really, you should have known turning a Super Saiyan would only make the heart virus worse. How pathetic. And well, Raditz does begin to fly his brother home, but not before getting a good stare in the Gero, basically saying that, you know, this isn't over yet. And well, you got Vegeta battling with Android 19, which works out like it does in the original, and pretty much then you got Android 20 trying to make his quick getaway, much like he does in the original, with Vegeta bluffing him, and then taking a Senzu Bean before going after Android 20, aka Dr. Gero. And well, this is where future Gohan begins to make his reappearance, realizing that these aren't the androids from the future that he knows of. And pretty much most of the rest of this pretty much plays out like it does in the original, with ultimately Gero turning tail, going back to his laboratory to wake up Androids 17 and 18, being outmatched by this powered up dragon team. And so basically from there, they do eventually find Gero's lab after Gero basically showed them where it was, Krillin following him like in the original, and basically they're at the door. Now, this is where things begin to differentiate from the original, because Dr. Gero doesn't just wake up Android 17, 18 here, he also wakes up Android Bulma, his newest project. And she's woken up, and much like 17 and 18, she's pretending to go along with the Doctor. Now this time, Dr. Gero has two remotes in his hand. One that can turn off 17, 18, the other one is set to, you know, turn off Bulma if he has trouble with Bulma. Bulma just built on a different frequency to 17 and 18. So, essentially, basically, with that and the other guys get in there, break into the lab and see Bulma standing there, they are just taken back and shocked by this. Well, At least future Gohan now knows what happens to his mum. Perhaps when he goes back to his time, he can awaken her there. He would be smart enough to maybe be able to reprogram her. And however, while Gero is distracted by the sudden explosion, Bulma snatches both remotes from Dr. Gero's hands and destroys them both. What are you doing? I created you. You created nothing. All you did was make me stronger, Doctor. And Bulma pretty much does what 17 was going to do in the original, and pretty much takes out their creator. 17 and 18 are shocked by this, and they didn't even know this new android existed. And as far as her power is concerned, she's actually stronger than they are. She was meant to be Dr. Gero's true revenge. Something stronger than 17 and 18 that could get them, that could keep them in line and kill Son Goku. It's just too bad, you know. He really should have stuck with the machine type androids he's known to build, like in early Dragon Ball, like Major Metallotron and Android number 8. Well, maybe not Android number 8, but at least Major Metallotron obeyed orders. And well, so basically with that, Bulma basically just says hello to everyone. Essentially, her personality has not changed. No matter what Dr. Gero's programming has done to her, it effectively hasn't changed her. Or at least so it seems at this point. And so the question is what to do about Android 17 and 18. They're supposed to be the real monsters in this story after all. And, well, luckily for them that with Bulma being built as an android too, she definitely has basically sort of access to everything. She knows everything. She knows how to she knows how Android 17 and 18's weak points work. She could easily conjure up a device and shut them off too if she has to. And that is basically enough to keep 17 and 18 in line for causing havoc. After all, Bulma at this point is stronger than they are. And like Android 17 and 18, has a limitless energy supply. And, well, let's see, is there anything I'm forgetting? Not only does she have information on that, she has information of a certain sub-lab in Dr. Gero's basement that's working on his ultimate secret project. This would, of course, be Cell. And Bulma has had access to all the data files and everything, and knows exactly what this creature is meant to look like when he's fully matured and everything, and he's in perfect form. But essentially, them and everybody else travel down there and pretty much destroy the sub-lab, including with 17 and 18 helping. Because basically, they're sort of listening to Bulma. She's sort of their role model here. And as for Android 16, Bulma intends to take Android 16 back to her lab and basically reprogram him from there. Get rid of this, I must kill Son Goku, or Son Goku must die. Get rid of all that. He could be very useful to him. And, well, essentially, they're able to, they, of course, destroy Cell, especially after Bulma told 17 and 18 that this thing is meant to destroy them. 17 and 18 personally destroy the Cell that was currently being worked on in the basement. Alright, so Bulma with 16 in hand, with both versions of her son Gohan, the past version and the future version, they're on their way back to Capsule Corp to basically reprogram Android 16. And, well, 17 and 18 are not quite sure what to do here, so I guess really essentially they just go with Bulma as well. After all, if they decide to go out and do anything, Bulma will just hunt them down and destroy them. You know, they might have been able to destroy their creator, Dr. Gero, in another timeline, but yeah, battling with Android Bulma, that would be suicide. You know, she was as strong as pretty much stronger than the Ginyu Force back on Namek, and having all that stuff that makes Android 17 and 18 stronger added to her. Yeah, it wouldn't look good for 17 and 18. However, there is a new menace about to strike, and that of course is the imperfect cell that came from future Gohan's timeline. And when after Bulma is done reprogramming Android 16 to their side also, they investigate the other time machine and find the eggshell, Bulma recognizing it from some of the diagrams and blueprints she found, and tells them right there that this belongs to Cell. That there's a Cell who somehow got a hold of future Gohan's time machine, and he's running around here somewhere. Now, is future Bulma strong enough to defeat Cell? Well, we don't know yet, and Hey guys, DB right here, and today I am continuing with What If Bulma Became a Z-Warrior? And first of all, we got to wrap up a slight inconsistency problem that I accidentally created in the last video. That was the sudden re-emerge of Piccolo, because if you recall, back earlier in the story, King Piccolo was sealed away successfully by the Mafu Bar, and I suddenly had it revealed in the previous part that Kami and Piccolo did Namekian fusion. But how could that happen if he's sealed away by the Mafu Bar? So, hopefully, and thank you, Kerry, for pointing that out. I was supposed to fill that in the last part, but I just completely forgot about it as I was making the video. So I do apologize, but we're going to fix that now. While young Kami went back to his duties of being the guardian of Earth, he pretty much realized that, sensing the dangerous threat that was Cell, he and Mr. Popo went searching for the electronic jar that Roshi and the gang sealed King Piccolo in, and since Kami pretty much knows everything that goes on this planet, he pretty much knows exactly where to find that jar, and he opens it, and because Kami is a lot stronger than his original counterpart, he's able to easily apprehend him and do the Namekian fusion ritual and regain his lost self. Now, you might be thinking, because King Piccolo is very weak, it wouldn't have made much of a power boost. You're actually wrong, because remember that the nameless Namekian was technically a super Namek back before they split up. So it would actually make sense that if they merged, the power-up would be virtually the same. And it pretty much is, especially when Kami had his latent potential unlocked by Guru back when we covered the Namek arc. So it basically made up the difference anyhow. So back with that in mind, and going back to where we last left off, with both Gohans emerging from the Room of Spirit and Time, it was now time for the Cell Games. 10 days had come and gone, and well, much like in the original, Hercule loses and his pupils lose out to Cell relatively quickly. However, Bulma has no intention of playing by the rules here, and basically suggests that everyone just basically team up against Cell. Okay, if you really want to rush your demise, I have no problem with that. However, I know something you don't know. And Perfect Cell basically creates a bunch of Cell Juniors, and you pretty much got a glorified riot on your hands. So it's a bunch of Cell Juniors taking on the Dragon team, and Perfect Cell does engage with some of the fighters who do approach him and try and get a shot in, like Goku and Vegeta. But mostly, the Cell Juniors are doing all the work, and needless to say, it's not really looking good for our heroes. Not very good at all. Being toyed with by these things, and I guess eventually Bulma did have to have a bad idea, and that was definitely a bad idea. But Bulma is able to hold her own against Cell Juniors, thanks to Dr. Gero giving her an infinite energy supply, just like 17 and 18. And, well, Goku, Vegeta, and future Gohan are definitely powerful enough to keep these cells at bay. And young Kami, or Piccolo, is doing, almost as well. After all, he's an experienced warrior in his own right. And, well, as things sort of begin to get a little bit more desperate, and it starts becoming obvious that the Dragon Team is definitely losing energy, while Cell hasn't taken any damage whatsoever at this point. And, Perfect Cell at this point is getting bored. Okay, children, that's enough playtime. You can kill them all now. I am very disappointed in you lot. I would have thought you would have made this more of a challenge. Oh well, I guess you just don't care about your planet. And well, needless to say, the Cell Juniors are about to get serious when suddenly Android 16 comes out of nowhere and grabs Cell in a bear hug, much like he does in the original. Now, I think you know where I'm going with this here. I have you now, Cell. No matter how powerful you are, you will not survive this blast. I'm going to blow myself up and take you with me. And, Cell is definitely worried here. This is not what Cell had in mind. And, you're probably thinking, there's no bomb in Android 16, right? Right? Wrong. Remember, because Bulma was able to learn a lot from Dr. Gero, being his prisoner for all that time while he worked on her, made her into an android and everything like that, she was better at reprogramming Android 16 than what she was in the original timeline. So, because she trusted her own programming skills, and plus with what she learned from Dr. Gero, this actually meant that she trusted Android 16 more and decided it might be best to keep this bomb as a last resort to use against Cell. And needless to say, this is basically their last resort at this point. So, the explosion actually goes off, and Cell is supposedly destroyed. And this sends the Cell Juniors in a state of basic complete disarray, not having their parent around to basically control them, or basically, yeah, they're not sure what to do at this point. It's like, they're literally basically just a bunch of lost children. And this is where the Dragon Team take advantage of that and pretty much take down the Cell Juniors one by one. And they're basically able to do that. And they think victory's done. We've won. It's over. Woohoo! We can go home now. Except, now suddenly, they are sensing that the winds are changing. There's this sudden burst of power. This smog business happening. And, well, suddenly, a Frieza-like death beam comes firing out of the smoke and basically pierces Goku, killing him stone dead. Of course, this is Perfect Cell, and he's pretty much got the same sort of Zenkai boost that he got from when he blows himself up in the original. Except, as we know, it was 16 that did that. So, basically, we've got super Perfect Cell now at his full power, like as we get towards the end of this battle. And well, the sudden death of Goku has set off present-day Gohan's latent abilities. You are making him so mad! And well, Gohan gets that raw power-up, and we basically get an all-out battle between present-day Gohan and Perfect Cell. And it's a lot like Goku versus Frieza on Namek, like from the original story. It's an all-out brutal slugfest. And they're both weary, they're both weak and injured, and it does come down between the two of them battling each other with a final Kamehameha beam struggle. And even with the others assisting with the beam struggle, it doesn't seem like that present-day Gohan is going to win. But however, remember, there is a future Gohan there as well, who is feeling the same pain as the other one did. Now remember, future Gohan has already lost his father due to the heart virus from his timeline, and now he's just witnessed this monstrous villain kill his father right in front of him. And well, it may have hit him a bit slower than present-day Gohan, because in a way, future Gohan's sort of used to seeing death, because everyone he cared about from his timeline was killed by Android 17 and 18. So, Gohan, after sort of becoming reacquainted of what it's like to feel that kind of loss, he starts surging with power as well, and achieves a latent potential transformation that's even stronger than present-day Gohan's. And with an angry Kamehameha adding to his present-day counterparts, Cell is basically wiped out from planet Earth, and all his cells are destroyed this time. Perfect Cell is dead. No more of this coming back, getting stronger nonsense. He is gone. And out of our hair. And well, with that, everyone is basically tired and going along and congratulating themselves on a battle well fought and whatnot. Vegeta doing his whole, "I'll never fight again. How could you leave me like that, Kakarot?" Vegeta, Goku hasn't been killed yet in this timeline, so don't worry, we can get Dragon Balls and bring him back. No problem, which is exactly what they do. Goku choosing to actually come back this time. After all, he can. He hasn't been killed yet in this series. So, with that basically in mind, everyone's able to basically return to a life that is completely at peace. Future Gohan goes back to his timeline and kills Android 17 and 18 and manages to find his mother in his timeline, searching Dr. Gero's lab. So, Android Bulma is now a part of future Gohan's timeline, and what will that lead to in the future? Who knows? But first, the both of them do take care of the cell, the imperfect cell that's running around his timeline, and they get rid of him, much like future Trunks does in the original. And, well, basically with that, we head into basically the 7-year time skip. Gohan is starting high school, even though he, in a way, doesn't really need to, being educated by Bulma at Capsule Corp and all that, but Gohan decided that he wanted to give high school a try and, give socializing with other people his age. After all, he can't keep hanging around with martial artists all the time. So Bulma was quite happy to oblige this. So he is enrolled at Orange Star High School and pretty much meets Videl, much like the original counterpart does. And yeah, well, does the whole Great Saiyaman thing happen? Well, yes, because with all the crime that goes on in Orange Star City, it basically means that, yeah, Gohan has to find some way to stop the criminal element in the city without revealing his identity and the whole Super Saiyan thing. Now, as for Hercule taking credit for what the Dragon Team did, there was no way really that Hercule could really do that because the whole thing was just a straight up brawl. So, in a way, Hercule's not quite as famous as he is in the original timeline, hence why Orange Star City is still called Orange Star City. He's still famous because, he is the world martial arts champion, but yeah, he hasn't been granted, as the Earth's savior or anything like that. So, I guess this still keeps him sort of in Videl's good books. Like, he's not overly obnoxious with the fame like he isn't, or as much as he is like in the original. And, so, basically, now, has, little Goten been born? Yes, of course he has. Of course, Bulma being his mother as well. Now, Goten looks pretty much like he does in the original, and he does have his dad's hair to boot. So black, spiky hair, just like original Goten, except, much like his big brother, he's getting quite the education at Capsule Corp, so he's quite smart and always happy to help Bulma out with tinkering and everything like that. And thanks to Bulma's, I guess you could say, technological upgrades, courtesy of the late Dr. Gero, she's actually found a way that she might be able to introduce key-powered automobiles. But that's something for another time. Continuing, we have now been introduced to Gohan in his high school years, and much like the original, and not that he really needed to really go through high school, but since he basically made the case that he needs to hang out with people, more or less his own age, he can't just be hanging out with all the martial artists all the time. And Bulma decided, this could actually be good for him, and so he still ended up at Orange Star High School, where he met Videl and everyone else, and the Great Saiyaman thing still happened. Only difference is, well, you got a slightly more confident Great Saiyaman. He does pose around a little bit, but his one-liners are a bit better, I guess you could say. And, well, as for, Videl and Gohan's sort of relationship, it definitely starts off rocky because they both got famous parents. Bulma being a famous scientist in her own right, who basically brings Capsule Corporation to its next level. And of course, she herself was the daughter of Dr. Briefs, the man who started Capsule Corp. And so yeah, Gohan sort of has that going for him, and that definitely has basically girls chasing him all the time. After all, unlike the original Gohan, this one can afford to take him out on dates and things like that. Videl, of course, is not really interested in that sort of thing, but she is sort of curious to how come this kid shows up and suddenly there is a superhero, the Great Saiyaman, running around and basically saving the planet, saving the city. And it doesn't take her long to start suspecting that Gohan and the Great Saiyaman are pretty much one and the same. And since pretty much everyone knows where Gohan lives, being the son, being the Capsule Corp brat in this timeline, Videl is basically constantly watching him, and well, one day Gohan slipped, having his Great Saiyaman outfit on straight away after he left Capsule Corp, and basically Videl chased him down and basically unmasked him. And just like in the original, goes to blackmailing him into teaching her how to fly, and yeah, and convincing him to enter the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. And Gohan, in this timeline, he's not quite as timid as the original. He is a bit more confident, so he does try to resist a little bit with this blackmail. Not that he's really keen to say no to her, he just wants to see how far she's willing to take this. But, in the end, he does agree to do it, and she begins spending time with Capsule Corp, which the good thing about this is this got her to be a bit more familiar with the rest of the Dragon Team, because Yamcha was a regular visitor, Vegeta still lived in the area, and you got Raditz, who lived in the Uncle Raditz living in the Capsule Corp building too, so she was pretty much filled in on who the Saiyans were and what they were all about. And you know, this made Videl remembering something she heard about the Saiyan invaders from way back, and how they were stopped and everyone who was killed was like brought back with the Dragon Balls or something like that. Yeah, so she basically put two and two and actually recognized Vegeta from the old television broadcasts. But made her a little nervous, but at least he's turned over a new leaf. Basically, pretty much. And well, as for Gohan, you might be wondering if he's softer or weaker in this timeline like the original. Well, not really, because he is more or less more willing to train with his father, and he does like studying and helping out his mother. Like I said, it's always been more of a more balanced lifestyle for him. He can pick and choose and train at his own leisure. So no, he hasn't really lost his step in this timeline, at least not in terms of raw power anyway. Whether or not he's lost a sense for fighting, because not dealing with serious foes so much for the last 7 years, that remains to be seen, however. So, meanwhile, with Goten learning how to fly as well, because he just was keen and wanted to get involved, after assisting Bulma with a few of her tinkering, she would join Videl and Gohan for training as well. And well, ultimately Goten learned how to fly as well, and so he'd be able to participate in the junior division against Vegeta and Chi-Chi's kid. Did I say that Vegeta lives at Capsule Corp? No, sorry, he lives with Chi-Chi, but he's still a regular visitor. After all, Bulma's got the grav room. So, just quickly correct that. So yeah, their child, Vegeta the Fifth, and Goten and Vegeta the Fifth's relationship is pretty much the same as like Goten and Trunks, except Goten's basically the rich, spoiled brat in this timeline, and the really sort of overconfident one. Yep, I'm afraid having a nicer father doesn't really change that. You know, the whole being born with a silver spoon. Anyways, so the time then comes around for the World Martial Arts Tournament, and pretty much the whole Dragon Team passes the qualifying test like they do in the original, and you get Goten versus Vegeta the Fifth in their tournament, and pretty much that it ends with actually Goten winning it this time around. And so once we got to the adult division side of the tournament, Krillin took on the same dude that he does originally, and of course Piccolo forfeiting to Supreme Kai after figuring out who he is. And this led to Videl's match with Spopovich. Now, thanks to her being associated with other members of the Dragon Team, Gohan was a bit more willing to teach her more things. You know, how to fly faster, and actually got around to actually teaching her how to use energy attacks. So, while Videl ultimately still loses the match, she doesn't end up anywhere near as in badly conditioned as she was in the original fight. She ultimately gets knocked out of the ring by Spopovich, and basically Spopovich was basically, after she's knocked out of the ring, charges to attack her some more, when basically Gohan basically got between them, and Yamu basically was able to stops Bobovich for doing anything too serious. But it's clear to everyone this guy is definitely not normal, and Gohan will settle things with him later. And well, the time then would come for Gohan's match with Capito, and just like in the original, Spobovich and Yamu jump him and take his energy, much like they do in the original timeline. And yeah, they basically... I just realized I said Piccolo again, giving up to Supreme Kai. It's Kami. Kami merged with Piccolo. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. I apologize, guys. So yes, so with Kibito being there, Gohan's healed like he is in the original, while everyone else has already gone with Supreme Kai in order to pursue where Spobovich and Yamu are going. The biggest difference here is that you got Raditz tagging along as well. And, well, yeah. Now, after filling in Gohan and Videl with what's going on, and Videl already sort of figured that they were the ones who stopped Cell all those years ago, and that there actually was a time where Hercule was going to take credit for the whole thing, but ultimately he couldn't, and Videl's, well, kind of glad he didn't. Well, the point is basically Videl is forced to stay behind like she pretty much does in the original, and you've got pretty much Gohan meeting up with the others who are basically looking on in Babidi's ship. Oh yes, it looks like the Supreme Kai has brought all these powerful beings with them. I never imagined we'd be able to accomplish our goal so quickly. And of course, just like in the original, he disposes of Spobovich and Yamu, and Dabura basically uses his spit and does manage to freeze Kami and Krillin, much like in the original. And well, this time, rather than... oh yeah, and Kibito getting blown away too, of course. However, unlike the original, where this was supposed to be Dabura's way of luring them into a trap, Gohan powers up right away and straight away attacks Dabura. And there's pretty much an all-out fight between the two right then and there. And since they're not in the ship, Babidi can't steal their energy. That's the number one ruling factor of Babidi stealing energy. You have to be in his ship in order for him to do that. So Babidi's plan basically just backfired on his face because, well, Gohan's just not taking any chances. He wants this done now. He wants to go back to the tournament and just have a friendly tournament with all his friends. And, you know, Goku, Vegeta sort of feel the same way. They would have rather fought each other than, you know, dealing with this. And, well, it, basically became clear that even though Gohan's power is still pretty much the same, he has indeed lost his sense for battle. It's been 7 years since he's fought a serious enemy like this, and Dabura is in fact stronger than what Cell was, and is also, you know, a killer. And, you know, Gohan, over these 7 years of peace, he has lost that fighting instinct, the killer instinct necessarily to take down this guy quickly. You know, for 7 years it's just been friendly sparring matches with his father, and maybe Uncle Raditz. So, yeah. And as we know, true Saiyans do not lose that killer instinct, ever. And so basically, with that, rather than Vegeta getting angry with him, it is actually Raditz who can't believe what he's seeing here. The boy's lost his stomach. I'm almost embarrassed to be related to him. Raditz, calm down. It's not his fault. We've all lost the step since the Cell games. Speak for yourself, Kakarot. I know me and the Prince have been keeping each other busy. Yeah, well, Raditz and Launch basically didn't live too far away from Chi-Chi and Vegeta, so they were able to train regularly, and they know each other so well that, yeah, they were able to keep themselves in primal form. You know, you let your house get domestic, brother, and because of that, you may have doomed us all. However, Dabura senses this negativity in Raditz, and senses that after all this time, Raditz is still holding a little bit of negativity, a little bit of evil, so to speak. He was always a bit jealous of his brother that he was able to beat him all those years ago. Someone who was weaker than he is besting him, and then overly growing stronger than him, and was able to hit Super Saiyan first. So, basically, Dabura hits a quick spit on Gohan, and Gohan is also transformed to stone and begins falling. Goku just managing to catch him, so he didn't shatter on the ground or anything like that, and Dabura flies into his ship. Flies into Babidi's ship, and this is when the for battle were just completely out of it. And this actually ended in the young man being turned to stone himself, and luckily being caught by Goku. And so, Vegeta and Goku have been forced to venture into the ship, with Supreme Kai of course, in order to chase down Dabura, who has since returned to his master, and has begun pointing out this evil. And as Pui Pui battled Vegeta, Babidi was thinking, is that one? Is that the one you're talking about, Dabura? No. Now for the second turn, it's actually Raditz who takes on Yakon instead of Goku. And basically, this is where Raditz shows off his power, and the way he takes down Yakon is just very ruthless and brutal. He didn't do the whole Super Saiyan thing and risk the monster draining his energy. He just sensed him out and just beat him to smithereens badly, with a bit of a grin on his face. Raditz sort of feeling, sort of that top dog sort of feel. A feeling he's been wanting all his life. Of course, given his history that we all know. And, well... Oh, I see, Dabura. So that's the one you're talking about. Yes, he would make a fine warrior. All right. Babidi begins working his magic, and suddenly Raditz is coming down in agony, and he's just sort of hearing this sort of voice in his head. Raditz, tell me, do you long to see your brother be put in his place once and for all? Do you wish to see you rise as the Saiyan warrior you were always meant to be? And well, in the end, with Raditz resisting as much as he could, he ultimately gives in to Babidi, and we get Majin Raditz. And then they are transported to the World Martial Arts Tournament, much like Babidi does in the original. Raditz's anger is pointed directly at Goku and at Bulma. Remember, it was Bulma and Goku that bested him all those years ago. And Raditz, deep down, has been wanting to get a little bit of payback for all that. And well, thanks to the wizard Babidi, he now has his chance. So, basically, Bulma worrying about Gohan, what happened to Gohan. Raditz threatening, if you don't fight me, Bulma, I'll make sure I destroy your son. And well, you don't need to tell someone like Bulma twice, and her quick response actually prevented Raditz from pulling a Vegeta and attacking people in the crowd. Goku, of course, pleading to Babidi to change location immediately, and if you do that, we'll fight Babidi. We'll fight Raditz. Sorry. So meanwhile, you've got Vegeta of all people, with Supreme Kai trying to go ahead and basically stop Majin Buu from being born. Meanwhile, the battle between Raditz and Bulma is a very brutal one. It seems that Gohan isn't the only one who's lost his step. You two are getting weaker by the second. Goku and Bulma are actually having a hard time getting Raditz under control. And I know, right? This is Raditz we're talking about. And well, basically because Goku didn't die, he didn't have the 7 years of non-stop training, to pull off, Super Saiyan 3 to have all that excess energy that he has in the original. So, in a way, Goku is weaker in a way. And, luckily, Bulma's, being an android, thanks to Dr. Gero, she's able to, keep the fight going, infinite energy and all that. And thanks to her, sharing some of said energy with, Goku, they're still pretty much in this fight. And, well, eventually, the, tables begin to turn on Raditz. Tell me, brother, how long are you going to use your wife as a crutch? Raditz, you're not yourself. And I know that. And given time, I will forgive you for this. I just hope you can forgive us for what we're about to do. And well, Goku full on powers up to Super Saiyan 2. Now Goku has gotten stronger over the years, he's just not as strong as what he is in the original timeline. And so, him and Bulma are resorting to their team attacks to, catch Raditz off balance. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Supreme Kai have managed to storm their way past the rest of Babidi's security, and pretty much you've got Vegeta, who's basically charging straight in against Dabura, and Dabura is actually killed off right then and there. Vegeta was still stronger than Dabura, and unlike Gohan, Vegeta has not lost a single step at all. Not in his power, not in his fighting ability, and especially his killer instinct. His instinct to get rid of a serious threat. He gets rid of Dabura, and, well, this essentially leaves Babidi on his own. Now, Goku's battle with Goku and Bulma's battle with Raditz is not quite anywhere near the sort of intensity that it was with Goku and Vegeta. They are well aware that if they aren't careful, they could unleash Majin Buu. So Bulma and Goku are battling Raditz very intelligently. And well, basically, there was just no time to get all that energy up because Babidi is destroyed, and then Vegeta basically levels the ship as he's basically leaving. The ship is destroyed, Majin Buu's egg is still pretty much intact, and well, Vegeta is thinking, powering up completely to Super Saiyan 2 and giving it a final blast and destroying it. However, Supreme Kai puts a stop to this immediately because a blast like that could actually end up waking up Majin Buu instead. Just, let's not take any unnecessarily chances. There's no more wizards to free him. Majin Buu can just stay in that ball. And why not? And now that the spell that Babidi had on Raditz, now wearing off because Babidi's dead, he's basically kneels down and basically just full on apologizes to Goku and Bulma for his actions. And Goku just says, "Don't sweat it, bro. I know you didn't mean it. I know it was all that creep Babidi's fault. But that's just it, Kakarot. You don't understand. That's, to some level, I did want it. I did want to avenge that loss all those years ago." And well, Goku just basically says that he can understand that. After all, he's lost to opponents before. So has Bulma. It's something they've all been through at one point. Another that loss that they can't get over. In a way, that was like Goku for Jackie Chun all those years ago. The disguised Master Roshi who beat him. And well, with the Dragon Balls now being summoned, they decide to bring back everyone who was basically killed by Babidi and his men, which does actually restore Spobovich and Yamu, who now no longer have their M's in their head and are feeling just as ashamed of everything they did, like in the original. After all, Spobovich and Yamu, they were just typical martial artists until Babidi got their hands on them. So they were fully apologetic to what they did to Gohan, and of course apologetic to what they did to Videl. Gohan, of course, being freed from his stone prison, same with Kami and Krillin, after, Vegeta killed Deborah. And that, of course, means Kibito was brought back as well, and they thanked the Dragon Team promptly for all their help before transporting the orb back to the world of the Kais. And before leaving, they basically give Gohan an award for everything he did. After all, I heard about what he did, during the Cell games, and it's basically just as an extra reward for their services in stopping Buu, they allowed Gohan permission to return with them to the world of the Kais to receive training with their Z-Sword. Just as a special sort of reward. And if it turns out Gohan can't move the Z-Sword, nothing lost. But if he can, perhaps this will give them a bit of an advantage, if there's ever another threat that comes to threaten the Earth. And so, Gohan does train with the Z-Sword, Goku tagging along with him via instant transmission, and just like in the original, they break the Z-Sword, releasing Elder Kai, who awakens Gohan's mystical abilities, anyway, as a thank you. And so, basically with that, Vegeta is a little bit disappointed that it wasn't him who got to go there and train with the Z-Sword, but they felt that Vegeta didn't have the right sort of mentality and personality. Basically, they didn't feel he was worthy to wield the Z-Sword. Gohan, however, who is basically mostly pure of heart, just like his old man, they felt like he deserved it. After all, in terms of raw power, Gohan is still the strongest as well. So, thanks to Elder Kai awakening his mystic ability, this means that Gohan can get back to his training and be able to master that. And well, as for Capsule Corporation and whatnot, Gohan does begin you know, being involved in running the corporation along with his mother, which is a pretty good career, a very standard salary. And the good thing about running the corporation, much like how Bulma does it, it does keep his free time. So he doesn't have to run off from conference to conference like his original counterpart and, you know, neglecting his training. And, well, Bulma is just proud of her son, proud of her family, and this basically does keep the whole Buu saga short, and basically, you know, not that long from then, Gohan and Videl get married, and we begin wrapping things up as we're about to head into Dragon Ball Super territory, and that's where we're going to leave things for right now. So, what did you guys think? Did you enjoy this story? You know, would you actually like to see me actually continue this into the Dragon Ball Super arc? Do let me know in the comments, because yeah, when I get back, and if I see there are enough comments there who want to see this go on into Dragon Ball Super territory, I will definitely continue that. But for right now, this is where we're going to end things. So, as always, definitely leave your thought in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And let's get this discussion going and get more people seeing it. Alright, I'll catch you later. Have a good one, guys.